Hi, Craig.
Warning, this episode contains Australians. Some content may be alarming to some listeners, including jokes about homophobia, jokes about racism, jokes about sexual content, and a lot of swearing. Please note, these jokes are made by queer people, people of colour, and people who have known those people for over a decade. Actual hate will not be tolerated. Also, warning for graphic descriptions of violence, but this is a D&D campaign, so you probably knew that. Not sponsored by Queensland Government Australia, terms and conditions may apply.
Welcome, gentle people. We of Aetherbound Academy for Wormcraft and Magic are excited to be here, celebrating the union between our empire and the dragons. Barely 70 years have passed since the favor, when Void Father Farron was entrusted by wild dragons as the first dragon rider. Now, aloft in the Void Keep, riders train with their dragons until they are a single unit, terrifying and beautiful. Every year we gather throughout the Empire to see who will bond with a dragon egg and see it hatch. And I'm sure this year we will gain some lovely new normal highborn riders and there will be absolutely no issues whatsoever. So to the few of you who will be chosen, welcome to Aetherbound Year 1.
Okay.
Hi,
Nice.
Craig.
Yo, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Hello, Craig.
You know,
Hello.
I'm really in a routine of just saying "Hi, Craig" in the exact same way.
We
I
have
want
to.
if Maddie does a supercut of all the times I say "Hi, Craig" and like layers them on top of each other. They'd probably just sound like one voice.
My
at this point.
supercut is every time I've roasted Craig in a different
We can't not say hi to Craig.
Yeah,
It's rude if we don't say hi.
It's
It's
a
the
tradition
same
now.
recording at the start of each thing as
Hey,
the
Craig
first
is-
session, though. Like it's not using the same. It's not using each individual hello. It's using the one from session 1 at the start of each recording.
Oh, is it?
We
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
say hello for the fun of it. It's not a new
Oh,
one every time.
yeah. No.
Yeah, I didn't know if anyone else knew that except maybe me or Val. And obviously
did
you and
not.
Matt.
Yeah.
Some people don't listen to the recordings, do they? No, I'm kidding. I skim through it.
I watch them all the time. I've got some of them downloaded because I'm trying to make videos of like
Some of the
snippets
scenes.
to animate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
One day, maybe when
It's
I'm
just
finished
actually doing
animating
it.
this Limberland shit.
Yeah. I
I'm definitely
I-
not
I-
doing it right now.
Nick, I need
Yeah.
the invite. He's down to
When I was
listen.
trying to fill out the relationship charts, and I went back through, and I was like, "Oh my god, I forgot that happened this session." And then I was also like,
No,
I kept listening and going, "Wait a minute, that was suspicious, and I forgot about it."
Wait, can I-
Isn't it, Nick? Aren't they
I-
so suspicious? Some of your random comments.
I didn't hear what you said. What are you talking about?
I'm talking
genuinely
about when
are.
I was listening back. Like, yay,
course you
women.
didn't
Oh
hear it.
yeah, yeah.
I forgot about this small lore drop.
Yeah, when
Gotta
I just
keep
when I just drop shit and I'm like, anyway, and continue on. That is gonna
Yeah.
be. I think that's my fun on this campaign.
Yeah.
Is because
good.
I've already got a really fucked up moment that's going to come up in
Oh no!
a couple sessions, and you guys are gonna be like, Nick, so why and how? and I'm
editing you on all the 3D scenes of Limbo. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke for the Craigslist listeners. I would never do that. Unless he kills
I'll
Sable.
kill you. I will
Don't
kill you.
kill me. Don't
Oh,
kill
you
me.
need Sable,
I
please.
won't remove your breath. No, I'm kidding.
We don't need that fucking Fearbolg in our group. You already have a druid.
We
Yeah,
don't
guys.
need them.
A druid that
You
doesn't
know what?
wild
I know
shape
you
because
wanna
they're too
keep
good at
around.
punching
fine.
shit.
It's
Okay,
fine. He's a
okay.
fighter druid. Trust, guys. Trust.
Okay. So, now that it's been a few minutes and Craig's been warmed up and Fredboat's here, we'll do a brief recap of what went down last session. So, you guys officially finished out your mission. A combat ensued between Lion, Dee Dee, Abel, Chaos, and the NPCs, I believe, like the civilians. And you guys basically got in a prolonged scuffle. And during this time, while Sable and Chaos were being mind controlled, they managed to down like all the party. Notekis managed to get away unharmed, but Bubby and Duck, Lion, Dee Dee, and two of the civilians were grievously wounded. The civilians died, but everyone else was basically recovered because when the cutting back to the sessions a few sessions ago, when the mage here got defeated by Yarrick and Isidore, and like they basically freed the young boy, when that mind control broke, boom, everyone in the dungeon, all mind control was broken. So after our intrepid heroes had lost their combat, boom, the mind control broke. Sable became more aware of their surroundings, and Chaos blacked out and slammed into the ground full force, and basically had to be carried out of the dungeon. When you were all, you all made your way out, managing to take all the civilians and their bodies, and all of your party members who were all downed and needed heals, and managed to make your way back to camp. And you were able to get a long rest when Lord Taran showed back up, I believe. And after that, you guys basically were debriefed, and everyone returned back to the academy. Shiro saw something in the dungeon, but didn't tell anyone. He actually saw the face of the rogue rider, and he saw his large white, almost centipede-esque dragon with like large leathery bat wings crawl its way down into a pit while the man spoke. His lips not moving, but Shiro could hear him in his mind. And Shiro kept this information to himself, but did divulge it with the teachers and higher ups, and like Farron, for example. And Lion also confronted Farron and said, "What are you doing to get Angus back?" Because for those who weren't present, Angus died, or well,
Oh,
is gone in big air quotes. So Angus is gone. He tried to interact with a magical door that had enchantments on it, and at least from like the descriptions that you were able to give in like the report, he interacted
mm.
with a door, a bunch of weird magic shit started happening, and then in a flash of light, all that was left was like rainbow sparks and dust. And Angus and Prospero were gone.
And the dragon down.
Yeah. Then when you returned to campus, there was, I believe I said a couple more weeks passed, and you guys noticed that there was like it was just less lively around in the dorm. There was no longer just the sound of Prospero lying in the fire and rolling onto his back to get like a better angle, or no more drips of magma just like around the room that needed to be cleaned up every day. And no more questions from Angus. No more little weird autistic child. And then a vigil was held for him. And basically, during the vigil, everyone was brought down to the chapel. And Angus's parents and a few of the magisters, some of the mages who live here, also came because they'd interacted with Angus before. They were like essentially his peers. You guys are his like friends and colleagues. These are just like people who are also of like a similar interest because he was also a wizard. And during the ceremony, some people left items, some people said some words and spoke to Angus's family. But ultimately, the vigil was held, and there is now a brazier lit with a flame in it that will not go out as long as Angus is gone. So until they find his body, or until he returns, they're going to maintain it and keep this vigil going. Any dragon rider that's lost and their body isn't recovered is considered missing in action. And actually, in that chapel, there probably would have been like at least 20 other
Oh my
similar
god.
things lit as well. Because keep in mind, even if they're like, we're 99% certain someone's died, but we weren't able to recover them to give them a burial, we'll
Yeah.
light this vigil as a way to remember them.
Yeah.
You know? So, and then afterwards, Isa and Shiro had a little confrontation where Isa had realized that Shiro had been acting weird and basically prompted him on it. And Shiro and Charlie gave some of the best fucking role playing we've seen so far. When that session comes out, it's going to be fantastic. Shiro actually got super angry and fully believes in his heart that Angus is gone and dead.
Fuck.
Yeah. And I believe, is that all that happened before you guys went on your media break? There was nothing else of note that really occurred?
So I think that is.
Not that I can think
No.
of.
No, that is everything.
Oh, actually, the last thing that happened, and I might even reiterate word for word some of the stuff, is Shiro, when he was after this, like the vigil, and a little bit more time had passed, and just before he was going to depart to head back to Estos, his like well, why am I blanking? His like family, his historical family home, his village.
Yeah.
He was sitting outside in the what little filtered sunlight you could get through from the thick cloud coverage that always covers the keep. And Farron approached, and Farron said, he told Shiro that the weight of carrying regret and pain is a price that one should pay for those that they want to protect.
Right.
He also threatened Shiro and told him that if he ever uses what he's learned here in his studies to hunt or kill a dragon, he will permanently end Shiro's family line.
Oh my god.
He also
There's
said,
only one of my family line.
Oh.
well, yeah, but he's saying he won't make the same mistake as the last people. And I'll say it in its entirety because I think it is a very good thing for just everyone to hear, especially the people that weren't able to make it.
Yeah.
Your peers have their strengths and flaws. Chaos, Isidore, and Isa are secretive and wary of those they should call ally. Sable and Yarrick are naive to the ways of the world around them and their roles to come. Aoife has the makings and lineage to be one of the greatest mages to have ever lived, and yet remains a timid and broken figure. Lion is carefree, rejecting authority wherever they can find it. Dumas and Didi cling to the lives that they left behind, longing for its familiarity, and Amber has a strong moral code that restricts them too much despite knowing what is needed to be done. I think Shiro, perhaps you, have the greatest potential among them. A true blending of opposites. Someone who has known pain, honor, failure, and success. You need only get out of your own way, and then perhaps it will be you who reaches heights that even someone like I can only dream of. So that is, just keep that little statement in mind. And think about stuff like, how does Farron know all that stuff? In your own little brains.
Yeah, Nick. How does Farron know all that stuff? Hmm?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
just because you weren't here as well, Farron literally showed Lion a ball of scrying, like an orb of scrying that he has in his laboratory. So
Oh my
Lion knows
god.
about that, but no one else does. Lion has a lot of information that no one
I
else
feel
does.
Okay. I feel like if you want to ask him,
yeah.
he's pretty willing
No,
to.
he's pretty open. It's just one of those things where I'm assuming Lion doesn't think to tell people if
Oh,
they
it
ask.
wasn't
He's
that
like,
important.
he's
And it
like,
comes
oh,
up later and it's like, why didn't you tell anyone? And he's like, oh, I thought
he's
you
like,
guys kind of didn't care about that stuff. And it's
yeah,
like, no.
he's like, it wasn't relevant. Like, yeah, it was interesting, I guess, but like, it wasn't relevant. If it had any influence on what we were doing, I would tell you. But so then
Yeah,
we
okay.
began doing our media breaks, and let's go to Lion. For Lion's media break, they returned to Darn, and while they were in Darnmore, they met their lifelong friend Biddy, who had left the monastery and had moved into the lower town, and they got fucking plastered for weeks. To the point where it just got to, I believe even Lion's like, bro, this is too much. Like,
Yeah.
I need to
Yeah.
go home. And
Bro was like, I need a shower.
yeah, and Biddy's like, bro, no, don't go. But yeah, so Lion basically
In a
went on a
completely
bender.
platonic way, of course.
Of
Yeah, sure.
course.
They only kissed a few times.
Right.
Just a couple.
You
As every
know,
homie
Drunk
does.
kisses
Yeah.
don't count.
it's just
Drunk
the
kisses
homies.
between homies.
They were
Yeah.
both wearing socks. It doesn't
Yeah,
count.
yeah. Who counts those? You know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the
Making out
room
in a
had only
very,
one bed.
like-
Like,
They were definitely making out.
And it will know and a mattress on the floor.
Actually,
Yeah.
real
And it
question:
was
Who was
cold, and
wait,
they had to just
everyone.
snuggle extra close.
Cade,
Who's-
what were you
who-
saying?
Sorry.
Mhm.
Everyone was talking at once. So, Cade, what were you saying?
I was just saying they were probably just in a corner of a club making out. Next day, like, dude, it was so crazy last night. I don't remember it.
No, they're more chill than that.
Who's
Charlie,
big
what were you
spoon?
trying
Who's
to
little
say?
spoon? Who's big spoon? Who's little spoon?
Oh my god, Lion's definitely the little spoon, bro. Have you seen
Mm.
him? No. But Charlie, yeah, you asked that. Was there anything else? Was anyone else trying to say anything during all that? Nope. Okay, sweet. And so basically, Lion went on this bender and then returned back to the keep after like 3.5, 4 weeks of just getting fucked up. Oh, Lion also ran
Mhm.
into Yarrick when he was in town. And I will say that any of you going anywhere with your dragons, it is very much assumed that people are like looking at you or are talking about you, potentially even trying to get like like this equivalent of photos, some minor images with you, or get like your autographs. These are basically
My
celebrities.
portrait! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Got my portrait next to this guy. Holy shit!
Yeah, so if you go anywhere, people might not be directly coming up and interacting with you, but you are like you walking around with essentially a young dragon, because even in cities like Darnmore, where there are dragons 24/7, they're never just like in the street.
Yeah.
You know, they're usually off in like the keep or in like the pens where they basically keep the riders' dragons, or off in the forests nearby, stuff like that. So people are just excited to see a dragon. But so Lion did that. And then I believe Isa had a clandestine meeting up in Hadao,
Yeah.
where they met a figure who is their master, the person who's trained them and adopted them. And basically, let me see if I have some of this stuff.
I thought you would, bro. You would have.
No, I've got it written down. I'm just trying to think about how to summarize this very quickly.
Oh, okay.
Basically, Isa was sent from what from what everyone from what we heard here. Isa was sent to the Aldrich Empire to infiltrate it and to infiltrate their upper ranks. And has basically reported what they've learnt while they've been here to their master.
Okay.
And has also been given. There's a big monologue when the session comes out. It'll be great to listen to. It was actually pretty cool. And was basically given a book full of runes and sigils and circles to place around the academy as subtly as they could, and as often as they could. And then we moved to the next person. So Shiro. Once again, Charlie. Sorry, we'll do Aoife, then Shiro, then Sable. Aoife returned home from the academy to find that their siblings and their mother weren't anywhere to be seen, and basically spent a lot of their time here at home in solitude. They spent a little bit of time bonding more with the egg dragon and getting to know like more simple stuff and the more basic stuff that you guys are learning in like dragon class. But this moment of actually being able to retreat to their own home and just focus on spending time with their dragon has really helped deepen their bond together. And we will come back to that. And then for Shiro, once again, Charlie did amazing roleplay. Shiro basically departed to Estos with Dumas, and they teleported to. Why am I forget? It has been too long since I have looked at my map. To Ormen. They teleported to Ormen, and then through horse and cart traveled to Dumas' villa. And then Dumas stocked Shiro up on supplies and sent him on his way as Shiro continued off into the west. And he eventually crossed like arid deserts and stuff to return back to his home, which is in like a valley that's always filled with mist and cloud. And while there, he was returned to the burned down like ruins of his village. And when he crested the final hill, there were lights in the village. Someone had set up in the ruins of his town in the 2 years that he'd been gone and had fully taken it over.
Oh my
Um,
god.
After a brief exchange with the guards in which Shiro was getting increasingly frustrated, he basically told them that they asked who he was, and he told them, and he told them about they asked about the mask on his face, and then he asked if he could come in and resupply his wagon at the very least, and then leave. And as he passed through the threshold of the gates in the thick fog, he looked up, and the village was in ruins. There were no guards. The light on the gate gone. A blue flame no longer present. And as Shiro made his way through the village with Salmon, seeing the ruins of his home and hearing the sounds of children's laughter and the sound of like an anvil ringing in the distance, how truly alone he was overwhelming him. Yes, he had new friends and a new purpose, but no one that was like him, because there was nobody there. And in his journey here, he stopped out the front of his home and in that moment removed his mask. And when he did, as the mask fell from his face, he could see the visages of his family and the people from the village, including his own brother who was sitting in front of him. And in this deep moment of regret and sadness and understanding and trying to just be with oneself, Salmon said to him, "You've been so alone. I'm sorry.
Oh my
I'm so
god.
sorry."
Oh my
And then
god.
and
the
then
fuck?
and then we cut to Sable. Sable
Oh yeah, just
returned to
casually. What the fuck?
Wait, I have some questions. Wait, can I ask a question?
you will get the chance when I finish with Sable's brief thing. If that's wait, no, it's okay. It's okay. Ask it.
It
What's
was
up?
about the mask. Is the mask like physically, like, does it have the ability to like stop him from seeing ghosts, or is that an aesthetic touch that he takes the mask off?
It was a bearing your soul and like your true self to the world around you. Mechanically, it's him leveling up to level 3,
Okay.
where you can like see souls and spirits and stuff like that.
I thought maybe like the
Um,
mask was protecting him from having to see
no,
ghosts all the time.
it
Okay.
was a bearing your true face, like out to the
Yeah,
world.
yeah.
He was truly alone in that moment.
Gotcha.
I think I rammed that
Mandalorian
pretty.
type stuff.
Yeah, I rammed it home
Yeah.
pretty hard, didn't I? That there was no one in the village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is Shiro Loki just the main character? That was
I'm
the
so here
main
for it.
character in anime moment, and I loved it.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. But Salmon spoke to Shiro. And then
What
we
the
cut
fuck?
to Sable. And so Sable returned back to the farm. I believe Lord Terran actually flew you almost the whole way back and then deposited you on the ground so that you could walk the last bit. And then went off. And he told you about how Thaddeus has been living full time on the farm, and he's actually spoken to your to Sable's mother and father. Just because he's seen you semi often actually at the keep, so it's not like you're some stranger to him now. Like
Mm.
you're familiar to him, and you live in his lands, and he already knew who you were prior.
We
And
work at
Sable,
the same company, basically. This
yeah,
is not a work friend, a work acquaintance.
this is your manager.
Yeah.
He gave you a lift home. But
I can't drive.
and Sable returned home and basically spent some time just readjusting to farm life and letting Bubby explore. Bubby actually, for the first time, fully flew. after Thaddeus was throwing them up in the air and catching them, threw them a little extra hard, and then Bubby took off into the sky and disappeared,
Oh my god.
and then reappeared in the
They're gone
kitchen,
forever.
making a mess. And after just getting back to that familiarity and like country life, they heard that there was like when they returned to the house near the end of the day, they heard conversation. And when they entered their home, Isidore was sitting at their kitchen table, holding a mug that's like the size of a bowl, with tea in it, having tea, talking to Sable's parents.
Oh my god.
Yes, and then Sable and Thad gave Isidore a tour of the farm, and then that lasted, believe, the rest of the day. And then Isidore is going to stay in the barn for the next week, for the last week of it. And then Sable and Isidore actually had a pretty good heart to heart, where Sable asked, especially after Angus's vigil had like happened like the week prior, "Will you ever send children to war?"
Oh my
And Isidore said, "I don't want to ever send a child to war, but sometimes war comes." And Sable basically promised that if they ever think that Isidore's turning into a tyrant, they'll let them know, that they're slipping.
Yeah.
And yeah, Isidore has been on the farm, and they have a deeper friendship than what they did prior. And then I believe, is that everyone? I believe that is where we left off, isn't it? Okay, any questions before we continue on? I know this was like a long summary, but I wanted to go a little bit more in depth, especially because like Val, you weren't here, and I wanted you to actually have a deeper understanding of some of the things that have happened going forward.
Y'all had really productive shit to do over the holidays.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, yeah, any questions at all?
Nope. I'm good. I got it. It's locked in my brain now.
Yeah.
All good. Yeah.
The
Sweet.
the the session recording is going to go so hard.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm already looking forward to it. Don't you worry.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so fucking cool. So, where we're going to pick up on Chaos. You have just finished
Yes!
tying down all of like your companions, and against your will, you are moving. And deep, deep in your mind, you are curled in a fetal position on the ground, feeling like there is a smothering, like warmth almost around you, almost like a blanket weighed down by thousands of liters of water that you're barely able to. If you try and stand, it just feels like it forms around your sides and pins you in place. Every thought of movement is a struggle, and you are pinned in place. This is oppressive. This is dark. This is familiar.
Oh no.
This is how it was when you were back in when you were back in Acrocor. This is what it felt like.
Oh no.
Unable to control your own limbs, unable to move, to think, to do anything. A cold fear that you aren't in control. This is beyond you. And there is nothing you can do. You feel the reverberation in your fists. You can feel the scraping of metal as your blade hits something. But you're in darkness. You feel like a passenger in your own body. You feel pain deep, deep within you. What do you do?
Can I see anything, or is it just all completely dark around me right now?
Do a roll. Roll me a constant. No, you know what? Roll me a wisdom save. And then, depending on your roll, we can determine.
Oh. Okay, that's a good one. Let me just open up my thingo. A wisdom, you said, right?
Yes.
21.
With a weight that feels even more difficult than standing, than moving does. Your eyes are opened. And around you is a void. It feels that way. This is similar to what you were witnessing when you were in your druidic class. There seems
Oh.
to be something internal. This isn't a place that is entirely foreign to you, though you haven't been able to really return to that state.
This is like my mind space right now. Yeah, sort of thing.
Kind of, yes. For lack of a better term, yes. And in the distance, you can see a light, a doorway, and movement
Um,
and voices are coming from it.
I'm going to attempt to move and like drag myself, even if I have to, towards that light.
Okay. Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Guys, trust. If I was here during the session, I would have been fine. Trust.
We have full belief.
14.
Okay. Is that with modifiers and everything?
Yes.
Okay. You're through sheer force of will forcing your body forward. It doesn't feel like you're lifting your legs up and moving. It feels almost like you're pulling yourself towards this light. Not really circumnavigating the weight that's on you, but allowing it to like shift and flow over you. Your pocket of being is still contained, but you can slowly move forward. And as you're moving further and further forward, voices are speaking in a tongue that you do not recognize. And the doorway is approaching and getting closer. And from within it, there seems to be a bright white light. And as you get closer and closer within it, you can see what seems to be a man with strings attached to his fingertips, moving them, sitting almost comfortably with his like right hand up next to him, just slowly moving his fingers, and you feel it again, the reverberation through your own fist of hitting something. And that's all you can see for now. You
Can
can,
I?
yeah,
Sorry. You go. No, you go. You go.
you can feel something large moving around you, like around your mindscape, not around whatever small sensations you're feeling of like your physical self. Something
Yeah.
is observing you. Something feels like it's coiled around you.
Can I somehow get into this pocket area where this guy is?
If you can give me another wisdom saving throw.
I feel like my luck will not have me this time. 21. Never mind. Guys, I've got it.
You
See? I'd be correct. Trust. Me going
you
against everything that you wrote last session. Sorry, continue.
oh, what do you think all the sensations you're feeling are?
Yeah, it's fine,
Um
guys. It's not at all anything bad, and it's definitely not my teammates being downed by me, guys. It's fine.
yeah, that deep pain totally wasn't anything.
Yeah.
As you like move into this space, it feels like that weight is lifted off of you. But it now feels like you're pushing against something. Like instead of the weight crushing you, it feels like you are pushing against an outside force. You're able to move much more freely than you were before, but the figure's head turns a little bit. And in this like room that is completely white as you've passed through the doorway, if there is anything like furniture or anything in this room, you're unsure. Um, it's like it's the white room from basically fucking Invincible,
Right.
and there's just this figure in it, and they've turned a little bit, and they seem to be made of shadows. But then it stops and looks back at nothing, at seemingly nothing, and continues to move the strings in its hand.
Can I like open my mouth? Like, can I do that or no?
Yeah, you can attempt to speak.
Can I attempt to call out to the figure, being like, "Hey, what are you doing? What is this feeling?" And
And
I'm kind of
yeah.
also going to be looking down at what I kind of assume my hands are. I don't know if I can see my physical body at all in this room, but I'm going to look for it anyway.
You can see yourself. You seem to be glowing almost, like the outline of your form is, I'll say, almost like a light green, and as it like trails in towards your like chest and stuff, like the tips of your fingers are almost white, and it gets darker and more vibrant as you get closer and closer to your chest. But you can see yourself. You feel almost like a ghost, though. Um, Almost like you can partially see through your own incorporeal body.
Can
And
I also
yeah,
flavor it real quick that my voice is like echoey in this? Can I say that?
yeah, that's fine.
Or has the
Yeah.
vestiges of all for one.
As you go to speak, the words die on your lips,
Fuck.
unable to vocalize these thoughts. But as you attempted to talk, it snaps its fingers. The threads disappearing, and as it stands, you realize that this white space around you is shifting and moving larger and larger as your perception of what it is. You realize that you were looking at something like this is a dragon, basically. As you can now look up at it, its large segmented body, it is pure white. There is no distinguishable features on it. But this figure, almost made of shadows, is now just kind of standing in this void that you're in, as this large draconic outline moves towards you and almost like slams into the ground and like engulfs this figure, and then you're back, you're awake, and you fall forward as you pass out, slamming into the ground.
I get that for a millisecond and immediately bone crushing noises as I just fall down.
You awaken in camp. It has been
In
a few
where, sorry?
hours in the camp.
Okay.
And this is where everyone else can chime in as well if they wish. Chaos has finally awoken. I believe Isa, you would have just woken up as well from your injuries in the dungeon. You currently haven't received any assistance from like the dragon riders or anything. You have made it to camp and you have started attempting your long rest. Off to the side of the camp, there is the two bodies of the civilians that didn't make it, covered in like Dumas' cape is cloak is over one of them, and there's like a bedroll has been like respectfully like a blanket's been put out over the other body. But Chaos, you're awake and curled up right next to you, nestled up in like almost like your armpit area, is Duck, and Duck, the front of them, as much as it looks like someone has wiped away the blood, their face looks like it has had blood all over it. Their white feathers stained like a almost pink. And they seem to just be curled up, deep asleep next to you.
Do I feel pain when I move?
I'll say it feels like not really. It feels like your armor is like harder to lift than normal. So maybe like there's like some small weakness, like a weakness in your body, but like no real pain. You know?
Okay,
Because
I'm
like
gonna like
full suit of armor
roll.
is like fucking 40
Yeah,
kilos or something. So like
that's funny. Sorry, it's just imagining someone trying to haul my ass back first of all, and also not attempt to take off any of my armor to make it any easier
well, yeah.
whatsoever.
No one tried to. So
Yeah. Wild.
They respect your privacy, bro.
Question: Who did it? Is the real question?
I believe Yarrick carried.
Damn,
carried
bro is
them
strong.
Bill.
Holy crap.
Yarrick is technically the strongest character, as a paladin.
Makes sense.
He's also got dad strength, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe
not
Sable
paladin
actually technically
Their dad's
is
strength.
stronger, but Sable was carrying the dragons.
No,
Yeah.
but
So
the thing is, I'm not stronger than him because I don't have Dilf powers, and Yarrick
Of
does.
course,
Okay.
of course. It equals out, guys. It overpowers the giant blood.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yeah, he
Um,
So yeah.
based on experience.
So yeah, you're in camp. You're now awake. There's no conflict happening. The last thing you remember, other than like that mindscape thing, was you were walking up with I believe Dee Dee. No, you're walking with Lion up towards where the others were keeping the civilians, like where they were guarding them, where Sable and Dee Dee were. And that's the last thing you remember. You just remember like walking through like that main square where the kobold had been crushed. And then it's just darkness, mindscape stuff here.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn onto my side and kind of like more hug Duck close to me for a moment and like reach to like pet her to like check her pulse and like check how she's actually doing, like if she's breathing difficult or anything like that. First thing first. Do I need to make any rolls?
Duck probably does have a fever.
Oh.
They're curled up next to you, and their breathing does seem to be a little bit quick. And they almost like if dragons could sweat, they'd essentially be doing that. Think more of like actually like a dog with like the mouth open and the tongue out, like trying to vent as much heat as possible, but they also just want to desperately be as close to you. Like as you shift while still asleep, they like move closer.
Oh my god. Oh, my baby. Okay. Uh shit. I don't know how many spell slots and shit you used. And I
I
don't
didn't
know.
use any, bro.
Oh,
You just
okay.
kicked the fuck out of everyone. I
Um,
will say as you do while you're thinking about that, around the camp you do see that while everyone seems to be at least moderately injured, no one seems to be in any like lethal like life-threatening way. The main people who are probably walking around camp would be Isidore, Yarrick, and Sable. The rest are probably all in some kind of rest, like lying down or just like sitting with their dragons or like, eating some food. But the only ones who are like really active around camp are those three.
okay. Um, can I cast Healing Word on my baby, please?
Yeah, you do so, and their breathing does slow down a little bit. Like as you're like reaching out to touch them, they do wince when you like touch their side, almost like their ribs are like bruised or cracked. But when you do your healing mode, like they do seem to settle a little bit, and drift into like a deeper sleep.
Do I have
Um,
like a blanket or something over me?
would y'all have put a blanket over Chaos?
Yeah, be honest, guys. Be honest. After everything I
Yeah.
did you put a blankie on me?
I have no memory of your crime, so yes. Just gang
Yeah.
up to him, you get blanky.
Now, so
Okay.
yeah, you're caring for Duck. This is the important question. Huey, would Lion tell the people in the camp about what happened? About Sable and because Dee Dee's currently unconscious. Was
Okay.
currently sleeping. Would Lion tell the group about Sable and Chaos fucking going crazy and just attacking everyone? I can't remember
Oh,
if
does
you already
everyone else
said it.
not know that?
I can't remember if they said it last
I don't
session.
think that we
I
did,
don't.
really.
No, because people just ran in and started healing people because like the fight was over.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh,
And
lying
Chaos was on the
in the room.
ground.
Yeah, unconscious.
So if
Um,
Isa and Shira wouldn't have seen it because we were at the other
no.
side of the So it was just
Yeah.
Lion and Dee Dee that should have recollection of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Mhm.
I think Lion will notice that Chaos is casting a spell and like slide closer, and
Mhm.
he'll be like, you know, at least you're built like a 7-foot statue. Because if you were built like a little baby guy and you kept kicking the shit out of me, I'd be really embarrassing.
Sorry, that was out of character.
Yo.
No, that's a
But
fantastic like way to put
That
it
was
though.
so
Thank you,
fucking
he
Lion.
says that
funny.
quietly and like doesn't
That's
feel the need
hilarious.
to broadcast
Comedy.
that to
Um,
anybody.
he's just gonna like slowly sit up and like look over at you and stare at you for a long moment before just kind of going, huh? What?
Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Are,
Ooh.
are you... Is this an attempt at a challenge for a duel? What is this?
Fuck no! No, I'm good, man. I'm really good.
Don't hit me again,
Oh.
Oh my
please.
Yeah.
Please, I'm
God,
just a
after
little
that.
baby.
Not ever.
Oh, okay. Uh,
This obviously just leaves you confused because they haven't
yeah.
fucking told you jack shit. So I'm
Is
assuming then that
everyone okay?
Mhm.
Yeah, man. We're fine.
Mhm.
It doesn't look fine.
The ones who probably look the most injured here are Isa, who just seems to have like scorch marks, like all across like the front of their like
Jesus
chest plate and like face, which is
dead.
like healing as people have like been using magic and stuff. But
Hmm.
they probably look them and Dee Dee. Dee Dee currently has is currently like still unconscious, and has like a large cut that like runs the length of like her on the right side of her face along her cheekbone, um and then like smaller cuts like around her face as well, but that one looks like it's actually been like stitched shut. People have been running a bit low on healing spells since
Yeah,
since they had to
okay.
fucking
Since the
spend them all
healers
healing
started
yeah,
killing people. Sorry about that, guys.
yeah,
Can I first of all wrap up Duck in the blanket so that like that she stays nice and warm and stuff?
yeah,
And can I
no,
go
definitely.
over towards Dee Dee where she's laying?
Yeah, no, you can. She's lying there. Louvel, her dragon, seems to be like perched up on like a log behind her, just kind of like doing the thing like the chicken thing where they like sit with their legs underneath them and they're kind of fluffed up. But when you approach, its eyes are open, watching you as you get close. And when you probably get within like arms like distance, it raises its hackles, like its feathers start to like puff up, and you hear like a hissing starting to come from it. It's not
Oh,
actively moving towards you, but it like is telling you not to fucking come any closer.
I'm gonna like put up my hands to like and stop to like show it and try and be like, hey, it's okay. I just want to provide my help where I can.
If you could give me
I
an
can.
animal handling with disadvantage, that'd be great.
Great. Fuck. No! I got a nat one.
Oh
No.
shit.
Yeah, as you're like talking, it actually hops up, like it stands up, and it like takes like a half step forward, and it's like full bearing its fangs at you. Um,
Okay, I'm going to take a step back and just be like, shit. Okay, okay, I will
I will say this
show
probably did
him.
get the attention of the other people in the camp. By the way, like Louvel was just super protective, but it could be anything. Like Dee Dee's injured, maybe they're just keeping them safe.
Mhm. I'm going to back off from that then. I will not attempt to push past an animal's
Hmm.
protective nature because that would be
Hmm.
stupid.
Hmm. But yeah. So is there anything else that we want to do here in this moment? Nope. Sweet. So, oh wait, sorry,
Oh,
were you about to say something about?
no, all good.
Sweet. Okay, so moving forward. the vigil for Angus happens. You know, it's not really like a big event, but we probably won't role play out those bits in it. You might have had some like nice words or left like a small
Yeah.
thing at his like memorial, but it's nothing major. So we finally cut to it's the mid-year break. They'll send you wherever you want to go as long as within a month, like at the end of the month, you have returned to the keep, or else they said we will come find you if you are not returned. Um, so I believe you had three things that you would have liked to do, would like to have done for chaos. You would
Yes.
like to return to the forest to show Duck the Rusty Maple Woods.
Yes.
You'd like to visit a library, and you'd like to
Mhm.
visit Sable's farm. So the
Yeah.
farm we will leave to the very end, just because it fits in the
Mhm.
canon of what's already happening. So would you
Yep,
like
that's
to
fine.
first return to the forest, or try and find the library to find this info that you want?
Return to the forest. I miss my family. They're my little guys, my little
Mhm.
pals.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
homesick.
So the closest that they could probably get you, um, looking at the world map here, let's drag over here.
Oh.
So the closest they could probably get to you with a circle of teleportation would be Darnmore. So you would arrive in the capital, and then you're fully free to leave. You have full autonomy. Um, the other alternative to that is asking a dragon rider to basically take you um, to your like home essentially, but then like that will take ages. Um, so would you prefer to ask? Because the dragon rider who lives in your area is Lady Torrel.
I don't do
I
that.
expected that.
Yeah, I expected. Yeah. So the teleportation circle to Darnmore. Do you take anything with you, or are you just basically going you, your armor, and Doug?
Maybe like fuck. I mean, there's not really much here that I
Do
can
you take
give
some
that's
food
safe
for the
for animals.
animals?
I suppose so, because like I can't really take anything else because a lot of the stuff here isn't safe for animals to be handling. So I guess I'll
Mhm.
take like a bit of food that I know won't like poison them, I guess.
Mm. You managed to take some like seeds and nuts and stuff, like little things
Mm.
that you know that the animals would eat anyway in their natural environment, because you don't want to be introducing anything that might
Yeah.
affect them badly.
Mm.
But yeah, you're able to quite easily depart from Darnmore. At the same time, being sent as you would have probably been Lion as well. But you part ways as Lion makes their way further to the outskirts of town, and you make your way towards the Rusty Maple Forest. It
Mhm.
probably takes a few solid days, because I assume you're traveling by foot, or are you taking a
Mm.
horse?
By foot, probably. Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever actually ridden a horse before, so probably by foot.
Yeah, it takes a few days to get to the forest, but immediately, as soon as like you can see it on the horizon, like calm. The forest is still there. It is a familiar place. It's still got that same like autumn look to it. And as soon as you step into the under the canopy, it feels like there's a cold wind that's like passing under the leaves. This is home. This is familiar. And it doesn't take long, maybe a handful of hours for you to navigate to a part of the forest that you more commonly roam. Start seeing like familiar animals, familiar trails. As it's autumn, so you are actually seeing that there are some deer around as well that are like I believe when yeah, some young deer actually, sorry, who are almost at the point where they'll be independent enough to survive the winter that's coming. And you know that in the Rusty Maple Forest, the winters here can get pretty bad. Um,
Mm.
so it's a good thing to acknowledge as you look around that the wildlife here seems to be going strong. Like that's a good sign for the winter that no, there's no blights, there's no parts of the forest that are dying. But eventually you make it to the clearing, like the small clearing where you typically set up. In there is like the large oak tree that you've been sending letters to. Um, and once you arrive there, what do you do?
I'm going to. I imagine I probably have a few different animal calls to like
Mhm.
greet different ones or like call for different creatures.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just like kind of look around and try and call for like my usual sort of crowd, I
Mm.
suppose, to see if
Yeah.
anyone's in the area still. I want to
Mm.
say hi.
Yeah, no, of course. You know that animals, much like are much unlike people. They do roam and they've got their own schedules, and sometimes even when they're there, they won't come when they're called. But after probably half an hour, um, of doing your calls every now and then, yeah, some of the smaller like woodland critters and stuff start showing up. You see some like familiar chipmunks. You see a beaver. There's a raccoon. I believe we said his name was Mask. Um, um,
Oh,
I'm just,
raccoon.
I'm just double
every
checking.
time, every
Yeah.
time they like show up, I'm gonna be talking to because I'm allowed duck, right? Yeah, that's the
Yes.
whole point of
Yes.
it. Yeah. So I'm gonna be like speaking to Duck and like introducing each critter as they show up. Like I know all of their full government names. I know all of their like their
Mm,
role in the forest. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's that badger. He helps me out sometimes when I like
yeah.
telling them basically what they do
The
and
badger gives like a little like upwards nod to the to Duck,
the
like
praise.
sup. you know.
But yeah, so I'm just like introducing Duck to the woodland creatures and stuff, and I suppose
I
if
will
they
say they are a little cautious of Duck,
Mm,
but it seems to be more that Duck is new, not that they are like scared of Duck.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, this is the first time you've been able to return to the forest since the ceremony. So the animals do seem excited, and they seem happy. And yeah, you managed to spend a few hours with them just like crawling all over you and like chittering. And I believe, do you have animal speech? Like speak with animals?
I think you said I
Yes,
do
you
just because of
do.
the years of
Yes, the time that you spent here. It's basically,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I'll say that probably the main ones who speak to you over this time is probably Mask the Raccoon, who actually lives in the tree that you've been sending
Mm.
letters to. He was there the whole time. He's probably one of the last ones to show up to say hi to you. Um, and he's like, you couldn't keep it down there. Come on, what is this? I thought we had an arrangement.
The arrangement was for you to not be slacking on the job.
Hey,
I
I'm not
told you to
slacking.
look after everyone.
I get other critters to do my dirty work.
That is not your hands are black for a reason. Come on.
Whoa, hey. You got any treats?
I suppose, but I mean, have you been doing a very good job?
Well, I need.
Hmm?
Well, you haven't been paying rent for the last few months, so
I haven't been here for the last few
well,
months, in
that
case
sounds
you
like
haven't
an excuse
noticed.
to me. And now you're bringing like what is this? A pet into here? Come on, that's
This is
additional
Duck.
fees.
No,
It, that's not
come
a
on
duck.
now.
I know what a duck looks like.
She looks like a duck sometimes.
What?
Maybe more of an otter, though. I'm not sure.
No, nah.
She
Look,
looked like a
it's
duck when she first hatched, so I named her Duck, okay?
okay. As long as it doesn't start scratching at my tree, I'm fine.
Did
Um,
you hear that, Duck? Don't scratch up his cheek. It's
mm,
not.
um,
You don't want
mm.
to get on his bad side. He is very moody at times, okay?
Hey, it's not my fault. I just live here. Look, look. Do you want us to? And actually, in this area, is some of your personal effects. You can decide what they are. In a hollow in the tree, there's actually like a small chest that you've been able to put things in. Any little bits of memorabilia from when you were in Acrocore, you probably had like additional like regal like cloth and stuff that you
Mhm,
might have just kept around, and over the years, maybe you've unthread some or used a scrap of cloth to like wipe clean a wound from like an animal. But like
mhm.
anything that you find precious or want to store is just kept here. There are things like a bedroll and that in there as well if you want them. But whatever is specifically in there is more up to your own.
I
creative
will
decision.
add the wooden carved figure that Shiro carved for me. I will put that in there because that's very precious to me.
Hey, putting more junk in my tree? What are you doing?
This chest has been here for ages. You will be fine.
Yeah, it's mine. You that's
No,
part of the tax
it's
that you
it's
pay
not.
in our rent.
I protect you. It's fine. It works out.
It was a hawk one time. Yeah, that's not protecting. What, you charging protection money now? All right, I knew you
No,
were a tough bastard, but all right then. But you know, you know from him that this is like good-natured ribbing. Like
yeah.
he's not being serious. He's just being like a shithead for the sake of being a shithead.
He just misses
Um,
me. That's what it is. Trust.
yeah, and he can't show affection properly, so he just yells at you.
Yeah,
Um,
that makes sense.
I will say, in like the hours that follow, you know, Doc spends some time exploring and like disappears into the woods for a little bit, but never like too far away. You kind of like lose sight of them for more than like a minute or two. More just exploring the immediate area, um, until you hear the sound of a duck going, and the duck and some ducklings walk out from the woods, from a pond that you know is not far by, and they seem to be moving pretty quickly, and Duck is like following them closely, just like sniffing at the baby ducklings. Um,
Is
yeah.
she just like showing like a curious sort of thing, or is she like prowling? Like what's she
Uh,
doing here?
she doesn't look like she's gonna hurt them at all, but she's like full nose pressed against the duckling, like
It's that
sniffing it,
one
like
dog
pushing it.
meme where it's one pressed up against the other, just like right in their face. I don't know if you've seen that meme.
I don't
But
think I have.
that's
But no, it just seems like way all up in this duck's business, and the duck's like, dragon attack! Dragon attack! It's eating my children! Um,
okay, I gotta ask. Do you have a name for this duck? What's this duck's name? Because I obviously know this duck.
Mildred.
What's her last name? More so, let's put it that way. I'm
Okay,
respectful.
okay, let me think. We'll say Mildred Crackbeak, because she actually
Cracked.
does have
I
a
was
like a
gonna
chunk
suggest
taken
Duxon.
out. Oh, you know what? No. Mr. Duxon was their father.
Oh, I
You
see.
know,
But she's Mrs.
cr- uh,
Crackbig.
we'll say Crackbill. Crackbill.
Crackbill. Okay.
So she's actually
Crack.
got like a crack in her bill. Yes, she does crack. She's not a good mother. Have you seen the landlord that's in this place?
Oh,
Of,
God.
of
But
course, of course.
no. Don't worry, Miss Crackbill. It's fine. She's with me. Okay. All is fine. She just is not used to this area at all. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. And he's gonna like lean, like kind of scuffle over and like grab like the slinkiest part of Duck and like kind of pull her back a little bit just so that he creates like some distance between her and the ducklings and just be like, it is just mere curiosity. Mm? Don't worry
While
too
you're
much.
talking, this duck Mildred, Mrs. Crackbeak, is still just running around hysterical, going, "Oh, it's the end! Oh, I've tried so hard for these ducklings!" Oh! And they're just like running around the tree.
Oh my god.
And Mask leans over and goes, "Oh my god, is she on a rant again? Mildred, calm down. How many ducklings did you have?" "I think I had 7. You think? Let's go. What did you lose one? You've got 7 ducklings. What are you talking about? Oh, that monster ate one. Oh my god.
Monster.
Go back to your pond, dear. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You know, I'll knock a week's rent free. And you can go on. You go on your way.
Jesus Christ, he really is a landlord. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. I
From what
just
you
figured
know,
it was me because I wasn't from
Mask
the
truly
forest.
believes he owns the entire forest.
Yeah, that seems about right.
You know, so anything that happens in the woods, he's like, "Hey, I'm the landlord here. You can't be doing that shit." Um,
Oh god. Does that mean
yeah.
he does like really shit patch up jobs for trees and shit like that? Does he like uh,
Oh hell yeah.
like
He'll
put
do
some
stuff
staff
like he'll
over
find
places that isn't
He'll
meant to be
he'll
theft.
find like a he'll find like a squirrel's like hidey hole full of nuts and stuff, and just take them all and be like, "What are the landlord's rights?
Oh,
It's on
God.
my property.
Tax,
I never
tax.
gave you authorization to put food storage in here."
I can
So he's like,
probably guarantee that Chaos has more than once fixed whatever problem that he has caused for other
oh,
people.
definitely. He
Yeah.
he is a little bit of a scumbag. Yes, it
Yeah.
is Fink energy. But he's like nice. Like, when it really comes down to it, like I'll say that probably like 4 or 5 years ago there was a forest fire, and he was actually one of the ones who probably really helped and like got people into burrows and in safety away from the flames. So like he cares, but he can't show it.
Yeah, no, of
Um,
course.
you know. And it's also who's going to pay rent if you don't have any tenants? Like, um,
Yeah, of course. That's
you
the
know,
only reason. Yeah,
that's his
sure.
justification for it. But yeah, so you
Mm.
manage to spend some time there, and you fall back into a comfortable routine. Patrolling the woods and having fun with ducks enjoying this like freedom of being able to just run around. And they, as much as you spend a lot of time in like that artificial room, um,
Yeah.
being in the actual sun, especially with the keep almost always being in darkness, it is fantastic. And on one of these days when you're walking through the woods with Duck, Duck is just chasing like a small animal, like batting it a little bit, not actually eating it. Runs up into the canopy of the trees above you, and while you're looking at them, they're doing some like leaping from tree to tree, branch to branch, and then they vanish from sight.
What the fuck? Wait. What is it?
No, they were batting like a mouse or something, but then Duck ran up into the trees and started bouncing like branch to branch, like between trees,
Yeah.
and then jumped from one tree into another and just completely disappeared, like gone. The branches are like you hear the snapping of branches and stuff, but you can't see
Duck
Duck.
vanishes?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. I'm watching this and I'm looking up, and then when I see, like, at first I kind of register it as she's hiding behind a tree thing. So I kind of walk around the tree to expect her to keep going, and then I'm just like looking up there like, what the a duck? And he's gonna like reach up onto the branches and like try and climb the tree to see if she's just like perched up there somewhere.
Mm. The monochrome, like the monochrome, what is it? Yeah,
Monochromatic.
yes, the monochromatic like nature of these woods, where like the light all filters in and makes everything, and all these trees have like gray trunks as well.
Mm.
It becomes really apparent. It's already kind of hard to see things in a lot of detail under here anyway. And you're like, oh, maybe she's just sitting still, and because of her like white feathers, much like the bark, maybe she's just sitting still, and I can't see them. When suddenly, in a gleam of incandescent, like shimmering light, they jump out of nothing and tackle you out of the tree.
I'm going to fall and
Yeah.
block the fall with my body.
Oh, they
Like
they
immediately let
crash
go of
into
all
you.
tree and then
Yeah,
just like fall
they
back.
crash. They tackle into you and then leap off your chest mid-air while you're falling, and just
I just
gracefully
like
land on the ground.
I land flat on my back and I look back at her so she's like upside down and just go, "Where the hell did you go? What is
She get
that?"
She gives like a shake, and her like white feathers that you've known they've always had like a little bit of like a sheen to them, like a almost
Yeah.
like I said, an incandescent nature to them.
Mm.
She gives like a big satisfying like shake down from like the tip of her nose all the way down to her tail, and then she runs forward again and up a tree, and in that like same incandescent kind of shimmering, disappears again. And then 2 trees over, she's jumping down and doing like little gliding and like fluttering her wings. Um, and then boom, it happens again. Boom, happens again. Um,
Now
until you're just laying on the ground. Yeah, yeah.
can I like study this movement as to see if it's like more of a teleportation sort of like zip, or if it's just
Yeah.
like an invisibility sort of zip, you know?
Can you give me an investigation roll?
An investigation. Ah, shit! I'm not figuring anything out, guys. Trust. Okay. Where is my?
You'll find out either way, but the level of detail will, because like you've got
Yeah.
like
No, of course.
weeks here, so like you'll
Um.
find out regardless. I'm not just going to
What
hide
was it?
that from you.
Investigation. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a 6.
You're not really sure exactly what's going on. Like, it's very clear that there's a shimmer before and a shimmer after. And they're never
Mm,
appearing in the like where they
same
disappeared.
area.
But from what you can kind of gather, and especially as, like, you've been made aware of it over the next few days as they're like running around having fun and like scaring animals, like they'll just appear next to them. You get the impression that this is more of a kind of invisibility than it is a teleportation, because they'll disappear, time will pass, and then boom, then they reappear.
Mhm.
Um, and it perhaps has something to do with I believe when you were in class, you were told that Duck was potentially a magic or a mystery class
Yeah.
dragon, correct?
Yes. This
Um,
is good.
so yeah, the feathers that shimmer in the right light, a glossy coat to them. It seems as though this is something that Duck's race of like their species of dragons, can just do. And as they've grown up a little bit and they're now a little bit more mature, this ability is starting to really shine through, and their happiness of being able to just run around in this forest, this already with that monochromatic kind of lighting, and now this ability, it feels like this is a natural like playground for them, like
Okay.
somewhere that they were always meant to kind of be.
So
Although you
I'm gonna
haven't
treat
seen this
this.
kind of dragon before, so
I'm gonna treat this like it's my baby's first steps. You know, I'm like, oh my goodness, and I like scoop her up, and I'm like petting her, and I'm like, oh my goodness, my baby, my princess, you have gotten all. You are so skilled. Good job. Oh my goodness. And it's just like
She-
positive
she's not
reinforcement.
entirely sure why you're giving her attention, but fuck it, she loves it. Um,
Uh, I
hmm.
know after this as well that I'm probably gonna go to like Mask and a few of the others and like hold her up and be like, she learned some magic. Isn't she so talented? Look at my little princess, my little
Yeah, yeah,
lady.
yeah.
Look at her.
What a magic fuzzball? I won't believe a magic fluff ball. Whatever.
She
I'll
went
believe it when I see it.
invisible. Well, you won't see it. That's the point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, just don't let him be a little pervert and use it to sneak around and look at all the woodland creatures doing their own
My
business.
lady would never be so indecent as to do such a thing. She has the right manners. She is a dainty little woman, okay? She is very polite. She would not do that.
Yeah, and we'll see. If she does it, I'm charging you double.
Yeah, yeah.
He hasn't even asked for payment once.
Double,
Like
yeah,
actually,
double of
actually
nothing.
for you to
Double of
pay.
He just
nothing
He's
is
keeps
just he's
still
threatening
just
it.
nothing.
always yeah, he's just always threatening it. So like it's always empty threats, but time passes, and what we might actually do is we might, just because we have been talking for a long time, we might cut to what some of the others are doing, and then we will cut back to your other stuff and do that just to break it up a little bit. But you continue to spend a few, like, how long do you spend in the forest? I think I'll
I'd
ask.
say like because it's like a month, right?
Yeah, you
So
have 4 weeks off.
probably like 2.5 to 3 weeks, but probably two and a
Yep.
half so that I can travel for the next few days
Yep,
back,
to
sort of
yep,
thing.
to get to the libraries and then afterwards to
Yeah,
visit Sable's farm. Cool,
yeah.
excellent. I just wanted to know because then when we come back, I can kind of do that. Okay, cool. So, who to go and talk to now? Who to abuse with abuse?
Oh damn, bro.
Um,
It's so cooked.
no, it's okay. God, where's all my writing gone? Ah,
Oh, he's lost all his writing line.
Jazz. We're gonna cut to Aoife. So, Jazz, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, time for some trauma. No.
No. No.
You have been home now for probably about a week and a half. Your brother and sister still, you haven't seen them. You've seen your mother once. In passing, she literally came home, went to her office, came back out, hopped on Lysander, and fucked off. And
Love that.
your father has been pretty absent. He's always been kind of distant, regardless. Because he is not just like a CEO and leader of a business. He's like the head artificer. So he's
Yeah.
often, even when he's just walking around in the castle, has essentially like a hand mirror that he's talking to people in, basically doing Zoom calls.
Yeah.
But he's always talking to someone, even when you do see him. So it is actually a bit of a surprise when about 3 weeks into your time at home, he sends a servant to fetch you.
Uh. Okay.
Oh, Aoife, sorry to disturb you. Your father has requested your presence in his laboratory. This is his
Wait.
main lab, not one of his smaller side labs that are many of them are hidden around the house. This is his main one that's like down in the basement, the one where the accident happened that occurred for you.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Wait, are you being serious? Like he actually wants to see me?
Uh, yes, yes. I wasn't given any details. Um, I was just sent to fetch you.
Okay. I will head down there then.
Hmm.
Not
Yeah.
terrified at all, but we'll
Mhm.
see.
You head down to this space. This, like, it is a imposing place, but this is somewhere where you have been even after the accident, um, because every so often, every time you have an incident with the flames or something, or like not being able to contain it, you would probably end up in here in the next day, and he would spend time tinkering on the gauntlet that you have, making
Mhm.
adjustments, stuff like that. So as the door opens and he's talking to someone on a mirror, and he immediately draws a curtain on the mirror and strides over, and almost in a familiar way grabs a hold of your wrist and drags you to a chair that's set up in like the side of the room, and leads you to it, and immediately just starts bringing out his like soldering equipment and stuff, and begins working on your gauntlet. Even without a word, this is something that you've done plenty of times before, um, but you're always in less control of your magic then. And while he is working and just like making small noises and saying some small things to himself, like, definitely not like it's not anything bad. He's like thinking about the work, and part of his process is like muttering to himself. You can actively feel, which, like I said, you couldn't before, the fluctuations in your magic while he's working. You can feel it in your arm as he adjusts a thing here. You see him grinding up um between with like a thing of like diamond dust and another sheet of it, grinding up like a ruby between them, and then adding like egg white and making like almost like a pigment out of ruby dust, and like drawing a small insignia on it. And then he leans over and grabs a small bone and shaves off some more parts of it, and starts like making like almost like a small gear, and like adds it on, and he's just like motoring away to himself, but you can feel it in like waves coming and going, vroom, vroom, vroom. And it doesn't feel like it's out of control. It just feels like someone is shutting off your magic, turning it back on, and ramping it up, turning
Mhm.
your magic off, back on, and ramping, like pushing it. Um, and this is like, not like the process itself is very familiar, if not uncomfortable. Um, but you get the impression that your studies of magic with Jake and Rylith and Angus have given you this fine-tuned understanding of your own weave within your body. And after probably 10 minutes of just sitting in silence, he leans back and goes, "All right, blast at the mannequin." And he just gestures to it, and he wants you to basically use any of your fire magic from your right hand to like blast the mannequin. It's got plenty of scorch marks on it. It's like his test dummy that he keeps down here for any of the other gear that he's working on.
Okay. And Aoife kind of stands up and aims both hands towards the mannequin and casts Burning Hands.
Okay. As you do, you feel it like boiling, almost like the blood in your arm is boiling, and then it feels like it focuses, and the ruby like paint that is like now applied to it glows with a soft dull and like fades and like melds into the gauntlet, and this like burning hands just comes out and engulfs this mannequin. It seems like the catalyst of your magic activated something on your gauntlet, um, which we will come to before next session. We'll have to have a discussion about exactly what it does.
Yeah.
But you don't know, like Aoife won't know, but Jazz, it's important for you to know.
Okay.
So, and instead of like this mannequin just like burning to dust or something, it's like after a few seconds, all the flames fizzle out, and the mannequin self repairs itself. And then your father Elias is standing in the room and walks over to the side and pulls out a staff, and he throws one to you.
Aoife barely catches it, but
Let's
they've
see
got
if you've
it and
kept.
it's sort of like
Let's see if you've kept up with your training then. And he steps forward and immediately swings to like take your feet out from underneath you. So I'm going to roll to hit.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, he misses. So
Oh,
you manage to like take a step back and it glides past. Watching his like offense as you're like trading blows back and forth, this is like another part of your like childhood that is very vivid for you, of just being like thrown into training. No real regard for how well you're doing. It's just always pushing is like the goal. Always pushing to be better. If you improve, they push harder. If you get better at magic, they push harder. If you finally like beat one of your siblings or your father in like a duel, they lay it on extra and just beat you bloody essentially the next time. It's always just this constant push forward more and more. And as you are holding your own, just even in these basic things that would have winded you even just 6 months ago, the striking of the hits into the staff that normally would have numbed your hands, you realize that your time at the academy, like stuff that you weren't really picking up on because you're so focused on everything that's happening there, you have gotten stronger. You're no longer tiring as quickly. You can hit harder. You can take more hits. Um, and you are thriving in this moment. Do you do anything? Do you try to strike back harder? Do you do some magic? What do you do in this scenario? This is part of your Dragon Hunter training, by the way, as well.
I think I'm going to try and disarm him.
Okay, can you roll a d20? Like roll to hit. Just add your dexterity or your
sorry, I didn't roll.
strength, which is ever higher.
Okay, give me a sec to get my d20 out.
That's fine.
Should have had out, but I have a dice tray now.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, looking at it here, you add a +4 to your roll.
Add a +4. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a 10, so that's a 14.
Okay, yeah. He's not wearing any armor or anything like that. So you're able to, like, he strikes at your head and you like lean back. This is like the same kind of staff that Lorenzo actually uses, and that gives you like a little bit of an edge as your familiarity with like this kind of combat. You step in and you swing, and you like strike against his calf, and then like spin the staff around above your head and crack it down on like his wrist, forcing him to drop his weapon. and then like swing but stop before you hit him. He's like, you've both exerted yourself. It's been like an pretty active ability, and he stops, stands back, holds his wrist for a moment, dusts himself down, picks up his staff, and goes, "Well, at least you haven't been, allowing all your abilities to deteriorate." Hmm. How has
I
the
have
academy
been.
been?
It's been adequate. I have been learning more sorcery magic. Um, there was not many people in my cohort, all peasants, other than Angus, who is currently not at the academy anymore.
Yes, I heard about the death of the McDonald child. Uh, it's a shame, really. He had such promise. His family would have been a good ally to have had. But you'll have to speak to your mother more about that. I believe she knows more about the events that transpire with dragon riders than I care for. And my father, your grandfather, Elias, he has been telling me he wishes that you wrote to him more. Uh, he wants to know more about what's happening in the keep. Now's a good moment
Yeah.
to prove yourself. Write me letters, and I'll pass them on to an L on the strengths and
Okay.
weaknesses of those in the academy. It's a good moment to ply your statescraft and skills and abilities. I heard that the heir apparent, Isidore, is also amongst those in your immediate cohort. You do well to befriend her. It would make your mother happy.
You want me to spy on my peers at the academy?
No, no, spying. No, it's such a nasty word. Um, it's good to know the strengths and weaknesses of other lords, because then one day when you're a lord in your own right, perhaps you know what kind of gift or trade offer would be best offered to someone, um, someone that you once knew. Expanding your circle, but it's always good for business to be aware on what your allies and what your enemies and your allies are doing. Hmm,
Okay, Father.
indeed.
I do have a question.
Ask
Where
it.
is where is my siblings? Where are the twins? I haven't been able to find them this entire time on break.
Hmm, I'm sorry, Aoife. I don't actually know where Orion and Elmira are. The, we have search parties out looking for them, but they seem to have just vanished.
Vanished?
Your mother has spent much time searching for them. It is why she's not present. No, they are the future of our house. So, being the firstborns of this lineage, it is up to them to carry on our name, carry
Why would
on.
they leave?
I do not know. Now, you must have much that you need to do. You can be on your way. And he turns back and begins he walks back towards the mirror that he was at earlier, and he like pointedly waits until you've like left before he draws back the curtain. um you can hear him talking as you begin like up the staircase. And yeah. Hmm. Do you stop to listen to what he's talking about, or do you just leave?
Absolutely.
To which one?
I'm I'm going to listen.
Oh, you're eavesdropping.
I'm
Okay, cool.
eavesdropping.
You hear him, like after you've had your training and he's tinkered with your gauntlet, you hear the sound of like cloth being pulled away, and almost like a and you hear a voice. So, how does it go? Well, I believe that their reflexes are sharper than they were. They're adapting, we'll say. But I've done what you asked. I have seen to it that they will send us more updates. Good. Good. We need as much information as we can get before we can move to phase 2. I hope that it all moves smoothly. I will talk to you when I have news. And then it turns off.
Does Eva recognize the voice?
You do not. It seems to be a raspier voice of maybe like a gentleman in his like middle age, purely based on the voice. Um, you know, but yeah, your father seems to have had some kind of instruction to talk to you. Um, but yes, throughout the remaining weeks, the remaining, I believe, a week and a bit that you're here, it's probably on the second last day before you'd need. No, actually, on the last day, the full day that you have before you'd have to part. So you'd be leaving the next day. Sorry, my brain just did like 4 loops.
Mm-hmm.
On your last full day at home, your mother finally returns. And she strolls in. Lysander, out in the courtyard, looks pretty exhausted. He like walks over, like you can even like kind of feel the rumble of him as one of the larger dragons in the Skyward Order. He like goes down to like the river that's like near your house, and just plops into the river and is just like enjoying the cold water running over his scales.
That's
Um,
Ghost today. I was like literally drowning her in water so she looked like a
Oh
a wet
my
cat
god!
because she's been so hot. I feel so bad. But yeah, she was just wet
Are we
walking
announcing
around the
this?
house.
That's
Damn.
very
Yeah.
cute. Lysander in the river is kind of damming it a little bit, so the flow in the rest of the river is dying off as he's just getting progressively more and more soaked. But your mother strolls in, looking a little tired, but still very regal and still very in control. Like, and she strides in, and you like hit, I'll say you're probably in one of the more common areas, and she walks straight into like the kitchens and comes out with like a plate of food and like sits at the dining table, eating. And this is the first time like she's actually like stopped to be at the house.
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, that explains why Elias is actually talking to Aoife. But okay. So Aoife's in one of the common rooms. Can she see
Yeah,
her mother?
yeah.
Or is
I'll
yeah.
say like yeah, she probably also saw you, but just didn't really fucking acknowledge you. Um, but yeah, if you want, like the dining hall, like the dining room is like like open with like the 2 big heavy wooden doors like opened up, and from the dining hall it goes out into like the main, not inner courtyard, but like the inner square. Like it's like that's like a waiting room essentially, and in that room there's stairs that lead up into like the private residence where like the Blight family lives, and the other direction leads up into like guest rooms and stuff. So from where you're standing in this room, you can clearly see your mother. She's like sitting at the head of the table, just like a plate piled high with food, and she's got like a whole flagon next to her that she's like pouring like mead from and drinking.
Right. Okay. I think Aoife would kind of like swallow a bit and then walk over to their mother and be like, "Mother, how are you? It's nice to see you."
How are your studies?
Good.
Are you exceeding?
I think so. I'm the only sorcerer in my class now. So
Have you received any recommendations yet from any of the riders? Any special classes?
not yet, mother.
She gives a click with her tongue as she is she's still eating, but you can hear a very audible click of disappointment. Um, and she finally turns to you and gestures to you with a little bit of food in her hand. And goes, "I heard about the McDonald boy. A shame, really. Um, your father mentioned that he briefly spoke to you on it, but such a shame we can't continue ahead with the engagement. Their family
Engagement?
has their family has some very excellent mines that provide some very very strange ores in the south of here. It would have been great to have secured a union to establish trade there. Would have given us much better prices." Yeah, and
Uh,
she just continues
I'm
eating, ignoring that you are asking about engagement. You can ask
I'm
again if you would like.
I'm sorry. Did you want me to marry a 15-year-old?
Oh, I was engaged to your father when I was 14 and he was 16. It didn't become
I'm
official.
24.
It didn't become official until we had both reached full maturity, but it stops um, other unions from being called forth, stops proposals, and that was more valuable to me at that time. Um, but yes, no, of course you wouldn't have married the boy immediately, but
He's a
the
child, and he's
he
also
would
not particularly
and he wouldn't have always
great
been
to
a
be around.
child. He wouldn't have always been a child, Aoife, and no one's great to be around all the time. This is part of your
I
responsibilities. Good thing we finally managed to find someone else who would take you. It's what I've been spending all my time running around for.
Someone else.
Yes, I've secured you a match.
And do I get a say in this?
Your role as the sole heir to our family lineage is to marry who we tell you to marry, to keep the family strong.
So, what about Elrin and Emera?
Don't. And she looks at you with a pure venom. As much as she's usually indifferent, this is actual anger from her, which is not common. You're used to the passively ignored, but they've never been particularly angry just when talking to you. And she, yeah, pure venom says, "Don't say those names." Yeah. If anyone asks, they're ill. They've been confined to their quarters until the illness passes.
Where are they?
I'm warning you, Aoife. Don't speak of them. Not after what they've done that's disgraced us.
What the did they do? What in Titan did they do? Why am I being left in the dark there? They are my siblings.
Stay in your own lane, Aoife.
Where are they?
Focus on your studies.
I'm sorry, why am I being left in the dark here? If
Because
I'm
it's not
supposed to be
something
this,
you need to know.
are they dead? Are they? What the?
Not part of your concern. If you ask again, I'll have them take the dragon off of you until you leave this place.
Fine. Fine.
Good. It's good to see you can be brought to heel. The match that we have made, he is an officer in the Royal Navy. He has connections with the Traders Guild. A wealthy man. Suits you well.
A man. Okay.
Mhm. Also provides us with some more lands. He already has 2 children, but we've already said that isn't an issue.
Why am I can't believe this.
We've been
Didn't think
searching
you could
we've been searching for
keep this low.
years for the right person to take you off our hands.
Why would I even not be told about this? I feel like this was probably something I should know.
Arranged marriages happen all the time. You shouldn't be surprised. I'd be surprised that someone finally agreed. It's only been 10 years of trying to, shop you out.
Thank you. That's really, really nice of you, Mother.
You should be grateful that I organized this for you. I didn't have to go out there and basically grovel to a lesser house. But I did it anyway.
No,
This
you
affects
didn't.
us. The least you can do is accept your responsibility with grace. Obviously, the marriage will have to wait until your studies have completed. But then this is happening.
Aoife sucks in a breath and puts their hands behind their back, stands up a little straighter, and says, "Yes, Mother."
You give a curt nod after looking at you for a second, reading your face. And then she goes back to eating and waves at you to leave her be. Okay. Cool. Is there anything else you would like to do? Is there anything else that you would like to do?
I think at this point, Aoife would go back to their room, where I think Califrey would probably be, and kind of slump down on their bed, face first, and probably scream into their pillow.
The thing that was most apparent to you after all that, when you've vented, is that looking over at Califrey, this is just one more thing for her to hold over you. You've come to like it more and more, and you do have a bond. You can feel it sometimes in the intent of what it wants. But this life that you're in charge of looking after, this one that you finally start to warm up to, is another thing that they can threaten to take away from you.
Did you say Califrey?
Yes.
Okay.
Egg dragon to you.
Yeah.
No, I connected as much.
Have I not been
yeah.
muted?
Oh.
Can you guys hear me making dumplings?
I can hear you
Yeah,
now.
we could hear a little bit.
A little bit.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted.
You're right.
No,
I was
It wasn't.
too locked in, so I wasn't even hearing it.
Yeah, I was
Fredbo
listening.
still playing? Yes, it is. Cool. I hope I was able to draw some people in with that one.
Is that a Doctor Who reference? Absolutely. Is this a Doctor Who reference?
Wait, is what?
The name of the place. The name of the
place.
place.
Place?
No.
Oh. Because Gallifrey is.
I think it was the dragon. I think it's
Gallifrey.
No,
it's not Gallifrey.
But it's
it
is
similar.
Okay, sorry. Anyway,
I love.
No, it means a type of purple.
Yeah. Okay, that's
and
very
eyes.
pretty.
Purple and eyes.
Gallifrey.
Yeah.
But no, it's
I heard
egg dragon to you
Califrey.
guys.
I can't wait for you guys.
So I
can't wait to watch you roleplay being married
every
to a man.
noble time away. Go spy
so
and tell us about the other students' chaos. I don't care who the IRS sends. I am not paying my taxes.
That's all that you can do.
That's amazing.
Let this happen,
guys. I'm doing it as we speak. Trust. I need to fucking learn how to draw a raccoon real quick.
I think Aoife's still like they've warmed up to the idea of a dragon, but they still feel very uneasy and don't want to let themselves like warm up to it. Like
Yeah.
they kind of resent the fact that they do like this jargon and are bonding with it because they know that they're going to have to choose and they're going to be proposed with something from their parents because it's just something that they'll do, especially after the interaction with their mother right now.
Yeah. So you've been arranged marriaged. Good luck.
Fuck you, Nick. And with a man, what's wrong with you?
Oh yeah, I really wanted to drive it home that your parents didn't care. Just keep in mind, like,
Homophobic bitches?
yeah. Oh well, not necessarily. They literally looking at it analytically of like what gives us the best value for our child. So they're like, oh, this is a good position. Imagine it as like looking through resumes of people instead of actually looking at the photos or like if they're a good person. They're just like, this person has the good qualifications and the right connections. That's the one we'll accept. So I try to keep the homophobia out of my D&D.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna say
yes,
D&D. I thought there was no homophobia, but like,
no, there is. They're just killed on sight. Okay, so after we've done Shiro, Aoife, we're not revisiting ISIS stuff because that was pretty much everything. We got through all that really quickly. Hmm. Lion. So Huey, are you in a spot where you can answer some
I
stuff?
am.
You won't,
I have made my
probably won't
dinner.
need you probably won't need to do any rolls. This is a briefer thing,
Okay.
but after your binge with Biddy and you return to the monastery and then finally heading home, well, heading to your temporary home, the Void Keep, you're the first one back. Zoom. As you go through the teleporting circle, you find that you're in Farron's like laboratory, like where the circle's drawn. There's no like current experiments or anything running, and the door is open. But yeah, zoom, you're back at the keep. Returning to your dorms and stuff, you find no one else is back. Everyone's still out. Like the fire's out in the room, which is like almost always on normally because it doesn't like produce smoke or anything. But it's out and
hmm
it's just you and Notekis. What would you like to do?
Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh, I'm all by my lonesome.
Hmm. If you don't have
I'm
anything in
trying to.
particular in mind, I do have stuff written here. But
Okay.
what would Lion do if they
Yeah, I
were
didn't really think.
alone?
Can he try and actually? Okay. Can he try and go where he saw the magic ball?
Yeah.
Is that
In
in a place he
the
can
yep,
access?
that's in the room which is now open to use. There'll be times when the door is locked, but because you're like advanced in your studies, you can now enter that laboratory with the teleporting circle. So yeah, you can go in there and where it was when Farron showed you, it's still that ball of scrying.
Can he try and
Um,
see people?
roll me an Arcana.
Okay. Is that okay?
It'll
I
be
have
an
-1.
intelligence modifier. Yeah.
I got a 4 or a
Okay. So
15.
so you're like this. This is an orb, and you like pick it up, and it seems to be made of like some kind of crystal or glass, and when you look into it, it like as much as it seems to be made of glass, when you look into it, there's no like reflections from any of the light or anything on it. And looking closely, it almost seems like this ball is like filled with smoke. But you give it a few shakes, like a magic 8 ball, and nothing really happens at first. And who are you trying to see?
Maybe like just any of his friends. Maybe like Chaos or Sable or someone Shiro. Or do
Hmm.
I need to pick? Do you want me to pick someone?
No, that's fine. You're trying to figure out how this ball works when probably after like 10 minutes of like, okay, I saw the old man use this. what am I doing wrong? And you have like some little assessments, and it's only when you hear a polite cough behind you, and you actually see someone dressed in black robes, like the robes that the magisters wear in this academy. And they say, "Excuse me, are you using that?"
Uh, I was trying to. Do you know how this thing works?
Yeah, I was wondering if perhaps I could have a go when you're done, of course. You were
Yeah,
just kind of
actually, why
standing there,
don't
lost.
you just...
You were just kind of standing there, lost in thought. I thought I'd make my
Yeah,
presence
deep,
known.
deep thought. Why don't you have a go and I'll go after you? And I'll just stand right here
Oh,
and you do
of
your thing.
course. Uh, thank you. And they
Yeah,
like
don't mind
walk
me.
forward. They seem to be like a younger elven figure. They've got blonde hair and brown eyes, like large brown eyes. But they've got like the hood up on their robe and like all ominous wizard looking, but like, you know, probably like a 70-year-old elf, reasonably young for them. The equivalent of like a 20-something-year-old. Um, and they like
Mhm.
take the orb out of your hands and like put it back in its stand, and then like press a rune that's on like the stand, and it and like the dark clouds that are in it, almost like the fog in it, turns like almost a shade of white, and then they put their hands on the orb and it and it shows a place in actually a location you wouldn't recognize. There's a lot of sand, and there is like what looks almost like the Australian outback. Um, and in it,
Mhm.
you can see that there is a girl sitting with her hand like pressed up under her chin, like almost like on her cheek, just kind of poking into fire with a stick. Um,
Damn,
and
dude.
after a few
Who's that?
seconds, she leans back and is just like looking at the fire crackling, and he's like, "Oh, that's my sister. I was just wanted to check on how she was doing. Uh, so I haven't received any letters from her for a
Did
while, so I was just
does she
yeah."
know you're looking at her?
No, no, not with this model. You need a stronger model of scrying orbs to like connect with people through it. This is more of just like a viewing lens. Um,
Okay.
and if you wanna, and he like waves his hand in front of it, and it like almost as like pans across, like whips across past through all the clouds. He goes like here and taps on it again, and it's this is a architecture that is kind of familiar, but only in the newer buildings in Darnmore. Yeah, so see, we're here in Foltest, and because I'm describing the location, it's just focusing on the main castle. But if you and he like pinches, like puts his fingers together and opens them up to like zoom in, he's like, "Here, you can actually." And as it like gets closer to the castle, it starts fuzzing out. But then he like drags it more to the city, and it like clears up, almost like as though getting too close to the castle with the view is there's like wards that are protecting from seeing details.
Okay. Okay.
And it's like, yeah, here, and like there's like it's in a square, and like you can see that there's just like markets going on in the city of Foltest. And it's like, yeah, so it's not super hard to use. You just need to
Yeah,
manipulate the
cool.
weaves. So yeah. Um,
Okay, thanks, man.
do you
I'm
do you
glad your
not
sister's good.
know how to use it?
No, I do. I was just trying to be courteous.
You, Okay, well, they press this rune on it again. They're like, "I'll let you be then."
Thanks, man. Okay.
Oh, good.
And then Lion...
Thanks for letting me cut in line. Like, you
Nah,
seem pretty
man, you're good,
cool.
bro. You're
You
good.
you guys aren't as scary as everyone makes you out to be.
What? People think we're
Okay,
scary? Who thinks we're
okay.
scary?
I'll talk to you later. It was good
Hang on a
meeting you.
second.
Bye.
Okay. Okay.
And they're like kind of just walking away, like in a bit of a rush.
Lion's gonna step up to the orb and like rub his hands together, like, all right, all right, all right.
Okay,
Um,
so do
so
you
he
repeat
wants
the
to see...
process that you saw
Yes.
him do? Yeah. Okay. Who are you
I've
trying to
changed my
look at?
mind on who he wants to see. I think he wants to see, like, do I have to take a specific person? Because can I
Usually,
like
yes.
say that he
If you
wants to
want,
see...
you can do either. You can choose a location or a person. So it's up to
Can
you.
he try and see where Notekis's egg came from?
So you want to see like the main room in the
Or
monastery,
like
or
where
because
it came from before it went to the monastery? Or does he kind of not know enough
no, it's
about the
okay.
egg's
It's
origin
like
to do that?
no. You would know like it's like where it's from and everything because it's part of the pilgrimages. They bring the egg and the other artifacts from like another temple. I'll probably say the other temple is somewhere over in the Silvergrass Plains, so up in like the northwest. Like up near, if you're looking at the map at all, there's like under where it says the Grand Eldric Empire. There's like another city here. This is just like a larger settlement, not necessarily one of the capitals. But I'll say that there's like a temple up here as well. So they do a great pilgrimage through the Frost Echo Woods, all the way across most of like Darnmore and then down to where your thing is. So if you would like, you can like scry on that location. But it
Okay.
seems to just be
Can I
another. Yeah, yeah.
can I try and scry on where Farron is?
The fog just turns dark grey.
Oh, because he's probably in the castle. Hey, and we can't see in the castle. I don't actually know who I want to see.
That's a very good guess based on what you know. Actually, by the way, like, if there isn't anyone in particular you'd like to look at, we can just call it quits there, and you now know that this is here if
Yeah.
you ever want to use it.
Okay,
Cool.
okay.
You return to your room, and you return to the dorm at least, and I'll say it's like you're up on the balcony, so you're sitting up on like the little cushioned area that's up on the second level, just like chilling with no Tekis. When you actually hear some movement, like some people have finally arrived back. And you notice that walking in together are Dee Dee and Amber, who seem to have a feel like Amber's like carrying like 8 bags, but they're very clearly Dee Dee's bags. From before everyone departed, you know that they went to go hang out in Darnmore together for the month off because Dee Dee wanted to check out Amber's bookshop. Um, and the room is still mostly dark. It's like you haven't really, you've just been relaxing in like the dimmer light. The fire's not on, so you actually notice that they spend a little moment of getting all their stuff in and putting all their stuff away in the rooms, and they haven't really noticed you yet. And then at the entrance to Dee Dee's room, you notice that they have a brief moment. And after talking to each other for a moment, Amber kisses Dee Dee on the cheek and then says goodnight. And
Aww.
turns, and as they're walking away, they see you sitting there, literally right there, as the door behind them shuts, and they're like, "You didn't see that. That's
Yep.
you.
See what?
Yep, yeah." And they turn around to a 180 and walk away back down the hall to their room, open it up, and close it behind them. But you saw this brief moment between the two of them when they thought they were
Aww.
alone. Yes. Cool. We cut to Shiro.
Oh
Charlie, are you
no.
there?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes, I am here.
We're going to cut to almost immediately where we left off. You have felt the voice of like this, what sounds like the voice of a young boy in your mind. And to you in that moment, it's like something clicks and you're just aware that this is Salmon, that's Salmon's voice. And he is weeping as you are weeping in this moment. These flickering blue flames of the people you know just present. Your bond with Salmon has deepened, and you feel like you can feel what he's feeling, and that he can feel what you're feeling, and that this deeply emotional moment has melded yous more than yous were even before that. And he rests his head in your lap, tears falling from his face, shimmers of like almost like golden liquid as they run down his face, and he just buries his head in your lap, trying to offer you some, small amount of comfort.
Thank you.
And as you
my
look
friend.
around, oh, sorry, yeah, you talk.
No, that's about it. Just thank you, my
Mm.
friend.
As you look around, the different figures boom, boom, begin to slowly wink out of existence until only your brother is sitting in front of you. His light flickering weakly, but still present. And you see that his head looks, and he's looking directly at um at Salmon. And he reaches out and brushes a hand over, like, down his spine and over his back, and offers just a few comforting pets in the hope that maybe it would help. You're different than you were before.
But no more of a fool. What kind of dragon hunter cares for a dragon?
This isn't our enemy. This is something small, and young, and easily molded. And a lot more than that, I would wager. You are
We don't
different,
know
but so is
that.
it. It is different to any dragon I have seen. And he reaches out and grabs your wrist, and in that moment, it's almost like the colors of the world invert, and you are seeing through what he's seeing. And there is like a gold tether between you and Salmon, and what you could almost imagine is Salmon's soul looks like part of yours is bled into it and part of his is bled into yours. And then he removes his hand from your wrist and your vision returns to normal. Do you see what I mean? Could you see it?
I do. What is it?
Huh. He is you and you are him. Keep him close. Keep him safe. I think the last thing you need is more loss.
You're right.
I
You've
hope you've
always
been I hope you've been staying safe. I miss you terribly. We all do. You're gone to us, so far away. It's like we lost you.
I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Have you been alone since you departed from here?
Mostly. But in the last couple months, I'd like to say I've made some good acquaintances.
You know, sometimes I wish you could just say that you made friends. Always so formal.
What can I say? I've never wanted to let down anyone.
I'm sorry that we cannot go with you. I'm sorry that unlike some of the others, too many of us are tethered here. Archeo's presence left here some time ago, and I hope that he's moved on, for I have not seen him. This Archeo is the one that you saw at the academy.
Yeah. The last time I saw him was at the academy. I hope so as well, that he has passed on.
He worked too damn hard. Do you remember when we had 6 contracts going, and you just started out, and instead of evenly dividing all the missions up, he took you out and did 4 of them in one trip.
How could I forget?
He was too eager to show you how to be the best of us. You were always destined for greatness, and once again he like reaches out and strokes like the spine, running his hand down the back of Salmon, who doesn't seem to be crying anymore, but their eyes are shut, almost like in a light sleep.
Hmm.
And now you are a dragon hunter catching a dragon. You're
The way
something
I
new.
the way I always saw it, I was always the one trying to catch up to you. But yes, if
I hope. Yeah.
if I could call one person my friend, it would be him.
Hmm. You're lucky. I hope you know that.
It doesn't feel it.
I know. But you can find family again. And he like reaches out, and as he like touches you again, the eyes, like your vision inverts again, and you can see that what is of him that's in front of you, which has been like flickering, is like
Mm.
slowly dying away and like flickering into embers. It's hard to talk, but I hope what happened here. And he like stops for a moment, and he's like, I hope it doesn't haunt you. It wasn't your fault that I. And then he cuts away, his light flickering away before he can finish what he is saying. And as you look around, there is no one. None of the lights are still there. It's just you and Salmon sitting in front of your old home. And when you stand and enter, as you would have done when you returned to the village to see it destroyed, you go to where you buried the graves. And on each grave there is a mask, charred to some degree, or like broken, or just a remnant. Each grave has their mask with it. And from here, behind the grave, you see the large twisting willow tree that many people used to carve their masks from. There was something spiritual about this tree. Even from your childhood, that the old wise woman in the village used to talk about seeing what are they called? Fuck, what have I just forgotten? They're basically little like glowing lights that are supposed to be the souls
Mm.
of kids. You see them in the Feywild, like wheel lights or something like that.
Mm.
Um, but there's something spiritual about this location, and it does seem like even the people that perished here linger.
Mm.
Um, so I know that Shiro wanted to bring Salmon into his family.
Mm.
Will you carve him a mask from the willow tree?
Yes.
You spend the like what you spend time, like probably a couple days here,
Yeah.
gathering the materials you need, and from even in the ruins of this place you find like a chisel, like an old hammer, just like some small artifacts that were like buried under the rubble, and just enough for you to be able to start carving this design. What note are you adding to it? Are you making him more a plain mask or a more decorative one?
I gotta look back at Salmon's design.
Hmm.
But what I imagined
Yeah.
was, yeah, something that sort of sits on the side of his head without sort of messing around
Mhm.
too much.
Yeah, if you want, you could almost have
Mm.
something that presses on like the like bone plate that he has, like the
Mm.
like that's between his eyes, like on his forehead that comes down, and
Yeah.
like you could even have it come down and like protect the back, like the sides of his head, and if you wanted, almost like how like a triceratops has like the big like plumed bit at the back, like
Mm.
their shield bit.
Yeah.
You could even have something similar to that, and it won't affect his ability to fly at all.
Mm. I might have the Triceratops bit,
Yep.
and then maybe just like a few like snaggletooth fangs that sort of rest just like
Hmm.
beyond his like top jaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Excellent.
then yeah.
Cool. And you do this, you go through this process, you make the mask. You know, you spend the hours, you like harden it over like the flame to make sure that it's like dried out and will actually last. You only ever made your mask. It was deeply important to each member of your clan, but you know that he can't make his own. So you're doing what is your role as his caregiver, and you are helping him. And after, I'd say, probably 2 full days, the mask is completed. It is currently unpainted, but it is sealed. You managed to, like, seal it, but if you would like to add color to it at a later date, you may.
Yeah.
Um, and you begin the coming of age ceremony. You are the last of your tribe, and so the only one who knows how it goes. And I think that'd be a cool thing for you, Charlie, to write up and send to me, like the
Mm.
specifics on it.
Yeah.
Even then, it's a secret from everyone else as well.
Mm.
Um, but you perform like whatever rites that you need to, and whatever ceremonial aspects, like whatever whoever you swear allegiance to, or to your ancestors, stuff like that.
Mm.
And as you have passed through the ritual, and Salmon is sitting on like sitting upright, looking very regal at like the ceremonial platform,
Mm.
which is broken away, but he's like sitting up and looking very regal and looking up at you with big happy eyes as you present him with his mask. You hear a mm, as like there's like a humming that
Mm.
begins to like come in. And as you're like continuing with like the words of this ritual, like the humming grows louder and louder, and with each like rise in the humming, the lights glow more. Not as the full people,
Mm.
but there's like blue flickering balls of light that seem to glow in the light, almost like fireflies
Mm.
surrounding you.
Yeah.
And as you finally present him with his mask, is is there anything you say or anything you'd like to do as you give him his mask?
Even though there is not much of us left, the belief comes that you will stride with us.
Mm. And you place the mask onto his head, and as not as traditional as any of the other masks you've ever seen,
Mm.
but it suits him. It slides on almost effortlessly, and he is now part of your clan. Where before there was just Salmon, there is now Salmon of the clan. And when eventually you choose another name or an epithet for him, that
Mm.
will become essentially his surname. But for now, it is just Salmon.
Mm.
Hmm. And then, with your journey completed and its purpose fulfilled, you begin to head home. And as you begin to leave the village, you look back over your shoulder as you're coming up that final hill, and you see again the light on the gate, almost as though the ghosts are standing guard, keeping this place to themselves. Much as they challenged you when you arrived, and only when you revealed who you were and like and your mask did they let you enter. This will be a safe place, a place for them to rest, a place for you to visit if you ever need, but a place for you and your family. and only you and your family. No desecration will ever have of their artifacts or their bodies. No animals will ever come here and claim it as a den. No one will ever take this place back from the dead. And I think there's maybe a small bit of comfort that comes with that, of knowing that this is their corner of the world, and that maybe here, even if they haven't passed on yet, they can find some form of peace.
Mm.
And as you leave, the amulet, unseen to you, that you have had since you left the village, glows a dull blue and then fades. Cool. So I believe
Nice.
we wanted to come back to chaos. I'm just double checking if there was anything else I'd written. Yes. So
Hold on.
chaos.
Yes. I'm here.
Oh shit! I thought you were gonna be like, hold on, I'm going to eat
No,
dinner. I'll be back in 20
no,
minutes.
it's
No.
okay. I'm here. We're good.
Sweet. Holy shit! You guys send a lot of messages while I'm talking. It's
I
good.
sent
It's
the
good.
animatic, the very brief one of the meme that I sent just before.
I'll have to look at it in a little bit.
Mm.
We're commenting on what you're saying. We're engaged.
Wait, Nick, I'm more invested in Shura than Sable. How the fuck? Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Was it a dragon that killed his family, and that's why he's a dragon hunter? Is that what it is? I want to
No,
know.
Shura.
I think we're not meant to know that yet.
But I want to know.
All I will tell you at the moment is that Shiro is a hunter, and this is like known amongst you all. And I think like the witches from The Witcher, that's kind of what his clan was like. You'd go out on missions
Okay.
sometimes for months at a time, but then like in winter or like in the harsher months, maybe even out where he lives in Estos, maybe in the summer when it's at its absolute peak heat, you would come back and live a few months at the village, and then you'd go out and through contract work and as professional monster hunters. This is an interesting bit of just lore for everyone. Prior to Farron's like taming of the dragons, dragon hunting families were like heroes. They're the only reason that cities could be made, and they were like the only bastion of defense against the dragons. So the fact that like you have like Shiro, who's a descendant from dragon hunters, or like even Aoife, them kind of more or less celebrities. Like or every tales, like when if you go to a feast and they sing of the songs of the great dragon killers, these would be like their direct ancestors. So the dragon hunters for a very, very long time, for literally hundreds, if not close to 1,000 years, are the only reason that any of the kingdoms in this area were able to like actually develop. The only
So they're like
bastion of yeah. Pardon?
they're like Greek heroes.
Yeah, kind of. There were still dragon attacks and stuff like that, but these were like the legends. The most famous, which I'm not sure if everyone would know, but just saying the name and not giving the greater lore won't fuck it up. Orion, the guy who's like Anel's name is Anel Orionson, and like every person in their lineage, bar like anyone who's like Aoife's family name is changed because their mother's a dragon rider. But like Aoife, if that wasn't the case, would have been Aoife Orionson. Because it's just like the children of Orion. So Orion is like the most legendary figure, most legendary dragon hunter ever. Started basically the dragon hunting like profession.
Is bro Alexander the Great? We got fucking
I
Alexander
can't-
the Great and then Julius Caesar.
I can't
more
give
like
you
Alexander
any.
than normal.
If you guys want to
Hey,
explore more on these figures in world, then you can.
Hey, I was making a joke. I was making a joke, but the fact you were like, I can't actually. I was like, oh, okay, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so fun little lore drop. But yes, chaos. Your
Yeah,
time in
I'm
the
here.
forest. Your time in the forest has been rejuvenating, and you feel like you've been able to like actually rest properly for the first time in a while. Um, Duck seems to like they'll go off now for sometimes like an hour or two and then return.
Hmm.
And then go off again for an hour or two and return. And even over the course of these few weeks, you notice that they've gained quite a lot of weight and they're getting a lot larger. Like they're a lot heavier than when you first showed up here. Even though it's only been like 2.5, 3 weeks, they probably they're now like a third heavier than what they were. Like, so they're shooting up pretty big. And it is in your last few days here that you actually see Duck vroom, take off and fly into the sky.
Oh my god.
Actually chasing after a duck again. Um, but one of the more grown-up ones like to play with them and basically just
Mhm.
vroom, takes off the sky following them and then comes back very gently holding the duck in its teeth. And she like
He's
shows
gonna
you like,
like
"Oh, I found."
he's gonna cross his arms and just look down at her and then just kind of like tap his foot to kind of be like release, as like a command sort of thing. Like let them go. Put them down.
Very slowly the head and bleh, drops it.
Good girl. You are so good. Are you okay? Which duckling is this? Duck? Duck. Yeah, it's not a duckling, it's a duck. Which
Yeah,
duck is this?
I'll say this is like Forrester. He's like, put me down. I didn't live through 12 winters just to be eaten by a dragon.
She would not eat you. I can assure that. I am so sorry for this inconvenience to your
Yeah,
normal schedule. Please
you better be
return to
chaos.
your flight.
I swear, I've migrated 12 times, and he's like, if you look, he's like the visual of this duck is he's missing an eye, and like his feathers are starting to go a bit white, and
He's a
like,
veteran duck. He's
yeah,
gone to
he looks like.
war.
Yeah, he looks like he's got like an old fighter pilot like energy about him. Like he's missing
Mm.
like a foot as well. And he's got like the little stump and like his other foot, and he like waddles around like with a big like kick his leg out as he walks, and he's like, I'm not gonna let some young whippersnapper like that be the end of me. Oh, if you want chaos, I can show him some moves and teach him some maneuvers. Uh,
Oh, I'm sure she would actually quite appreciate that if you have the time, of course. But I
uh,
cannot
gotta
promise that she is going to be easy to teach. She has a wild heart.
Yeah, well, gotta keep the old wings exercised. Gotta make sure this will be a good exercise for me as well. Come on, young one.
Mm,
And he
mm.
like comes up and like pecks her in the head a few times and takes off. And she just boom, takes off into the sky, and he's like cartwheeling through the sky, like he's
Oh
like
my god.
rolls, and he's like and like flying away. It's like it's just fighter pilot like sounds like as he's like you can hear like a plane like
Guys,
as
if
it like just
she becomes a missile and projectile shoots towards you and hits you in the head, it's not my fault. It's the duck's fault. Okay, I'm so sorry,
yeah.
guys.
Yeah, but probably over like the course of a couple days of him training, one time you hear him going, "Mayday, mayday, duck's been hit, duck going down!" Ah! And he just lands in like a pile of leaves, and he hops up. Oh, that was riveting. And just like hops up and like waddles off. But your time in the forest comes to a
Hobbles off.
close. Yeah, he like kicks out his like leg that's like just the stump, like really wide whenever he walks, trying to get the most out of that step. So he's very much like
May
walking with a limp.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, may I ask a question? Is Chaos using wild speak, or whatever it's called, speak with animals, or can he just do that?
They can just do that. I believe we did talk about the
Just
fact
do
that
that.
they're in the woods for like 60-ish years or something like that. So it made like I thought it would just made better sense if
It's also
Chaos
even even if it
actually
wasn't speak with even if it wasn't speak with animals, he would know their mannerisms so well that he's basically talking for both of
God.
them.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say it's
because
all in
that's
your
what I
head.
thought it was.
Oh, it's
Because
all
that's
in
what
your
I thought
head.
it was. 'Cause you did kind of say that early on. I remember you saying that it wasn't that you were like, I don't actually think he could hear what they're saying. He
I
just
think it
guesses
depends,
based
'cause
on how they
if
act.
Nick
Why
lets
I was
me
like,
if Nick lets me have animal speak, then it's all animal speak. Otherwise, this is like a Sven situation, you know?
Yeah, okay. I reckon it's only with these animals, and yeah, it's like in the same way of Sable actually having beast speech, where animals can tell what you're saying, but you can't understand them. It's kind of more akin to that. But because you know all these animals, you're like, yeah, okay. And I'm still gonna voice act them because fuck it, that's funny.
Yes,
I'm
it's
just
beautiful.
now.
I
I'm
love
No,
it.
it's hella funny. Hella
I
funny.
love
Got
it, but now
schizophrenia.
I'm
I'm
so
sorry to
curious
tell
for
you
what
that.
it's gonna be like. I'm really curious for what it's gonna be like if Chaos visits the farm, though. Just because, are
He's just
you
like, what
gonna?
the
I
fuck
mean, we'll
are these
find out. But
guys?
are you gonna just assume you can hear what they're saying and then just like not understand them and be like, why? Why are
I
they
mean,
talking to me?
maybe.
Why are they fucking
Maybe. It
yelling at
depends
me?
on what
Okay, no, look,
Nick does with that sort of thing.
Chaos has spoken. Like Chaos has been around, even like the animals at the academy, like at the keep. So like they know that not all animals can talk, and they might even
Yeah.
be aware that
Yeah,
these animals aren't actually talking, but like in their head,
Our
it's more or
souls are
less.
just so bonded, guys. Trust. And also,
Yeah,
I
they are not
this is
offended
essentially the
by
thing.
the fact that I voice them. If anything, they love the fact that Chaos definitely puts on the voice for them. Trust. It's fine.
I love the idea of any of us seeing this if we ever visit your forest. I can't
It's just
wait for
chaos
the.
standing in a
Well,
chaos
it's gonna
standing in a
be
clearing, and
hella
none of you
funny.
can see any animals, and it's just like, pay your fucking rent. Oh no, I'm not gonna. I'm a war veteran, and it's like, are you okay? Like,
Are you having a stroke? Are you
Gonna
okay?
That's when we're finally
you
gonna
That's
have
so
Sable
cool.
with the gun, like taking Chaos out old yellow style. Like, I think
wait,
he's done. I think he needs.
I
Hey,
told
wait,
you
are
not
the
to eat
animals?
those mushrooms.
The whole
Wait, I was
point
just
of
doing
it
the
would
voices the
be
whole
it
time.
is matching the energy of it. If it was to go
Yes.
in that direction, technically Sable wouldn't think he's crazy. It would more be like, how the fuck do you know what they're saying? Because that
Yeah.
would be what they're
And
technically saying, because he
how is
knows
it
them
so
so
accurate?
well.
Sable being like, I
I,
know what they just said. How did you know that?
Yeah,
I,
that
yeah.
would be
Like
more
I
what
said,
it's
I
like.
think it only works with this like immediate group of
Forest.
animals, like in the area.
Yeah.
Like you can't hear every deer, but you're used to what the deer in the area might be like, kind of
How is
doing.
the accent so accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, how did you make him sound like he's from New York? Um,
That's just what he sounds like, okay?
He's had many years of practice. Okay, sorry about my interruption. I was just really curious and I knew
no,
you
no,
weren't
it's
going to
okay.
see my message till like after the session. Okay.
All right,
Thank
did
you
you
for
send a message?
answering it. Continue. I sent
Uh,
it in the server and then I was like, wait, he's not going to see that shit. Neither Val nor Nick are going to see this until way after this. Okay. Continue. Goodbye. Sorry.
uh, wait, okay. I'm glad that you are following along nicely, even if you're a couple sessions short. Uh, yes. Which is the biggest. Sweet. So you've officially left the forest with Duck a little bit bigger, a little bit more mature, now able to kind of blink in and out of existence, out of view at least, more on will. Um, and you said you wanted to visit a library. Now, was there any
Yes.
particular location that you would like to go to do this? Because I can say over the course of being at the keep, you've had access to a library there. So it would be more where else are you going to go look?
Can I
'Cause
go to the most possible unbiased library I can think of?
bro, okay. You're in
And
the old
unbiased in the way that you know I'm talking about.
yeah, like what's going to give you the most accurate reading of
Yeah.
real world events. Um, in your experience having worked for royals in the past, the royal families and stuff like to keep accurate records, even if that isn't what the public knowledge is.
Mhm.
Sometimes there's like a
That is
different thing is put
check,
forward or
guys.
a different explanation. Yeah, like, oh, there was a raid in the southern area, actually, or like, one noble house took out like a political rival, and you're like, oh, actually, there were some raiders from like another land that came here. It's like it helps like keep things running smoothly, just to like stop panic and stuff. So probably the best place to look would potentially be in whatever private libraries they have in either Foltest or Darnmore. Anything that you would probably need for something like that. You would probably need permission from a high-ranking noble or a member of the royal family.
I wonder who I could possibly ask for that. I probably wouldn't actually, because Girls is not close with them at all. So noble wise, shit. Because I'm like,
You,
oh, would I talk to a classmate or would I go to the lady that I don't like? Because
like I
I
said, a
also think,
high-ranking noble, so your classmates as much as they're nobles, with the exception of like Isidore, none of them
yeah.
are like technically high-ranking politically. So,
Do I have to go to the lady I don't like?
Yes.
I don't know,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna wait, do I even remember how to get there? Because I remember in the first session I was just kind of there. Like I just showed up and I'm like, what the fuck? You know?
You can head that way now if you would like. Like you can like
Yeah.
actually go deeper into the wood to try and find her keep.
Yeah,
Um,
I will do
I'll
that.
say, I'll say, yeah, it's like the forest changes as the year progresses, and over time, paths get overgrown and stuff. But you find the deer trails, sorry, the forest trails pretty easily, and you're able to navigate your way through. Until eventually you find, oh yeah, this is like the same path, and you're like, yep, and it ducks down to the right and to the left, and oh, there's that lake that's further down ahead, and you get to that last clearing that you remember. And as you're looking around in this place, you actually see that a lot of you remember like a wind rushing through here before you just awoke in the keep. And as you look around, you notice that as much as there's new greenery here, the branches on a lot of these trees are like shattered and broken, and like something has like pushed through them and snapped them off. Like as much as there's usually like deadfall in the forest, where you're standing, it's clear of any of that. But like almost like in a
Is this
circle around you is stuff is like broken and shattered and dead. Um,
is
but
this a new thing, or did I notice this last time I was in that field?
this wasn't like that the last time you were there.
Hmm.
And you
May
realize
I
like, standing in the spot.
examine?
Yeah, yeah. One thing I'll say that you notice immediately, and then we can do an investigation roll for me. You notice
Mm-hmm.
that because of where you're standing, that seems to be the origin point. Like everything converges in on that spot. But give me an investigation.
I rolled a 3. It's fine. I'm dumb, guys. It's fine.
PG.
Yeah,
I'm good at fighting, not much else.
the no, okay. The new growth in particular is something that is messing with it a little bit. Like if this was, um, new fresh tracks or something like that, that would be one thing. But
Mm,
looking at it, you're just not sure. Too much time has passed, and you're unable to get like a clear picture of what's going on.
okay.
Um, but yeah, there's no real sign um of like any Lady Torrel's keep or anything. I'll say it if you want to keep looking. I'm assuming you want to keep looking in the area.
Yeah.
You kind of just choose a direction. You see the paths following through, knowing that you were initially following hunters, and if there were hunters, they would probably follow the animal tracks and deer paths and stuff as well through the forest. Uh,
Mm,
Probably takes you like another hour, and then you hear the sounds of like lutes and flutes and like the sound of music carrying through the wind. And as you like follow those sounds, you come to like an area of the forest where there's a little bit of a clearing, and some tents set up at the front, and then a drawbridge, and then those same familiar, almost
Dog?
bark-like granite walls. But you're on the outside of the wall.
Mm, okay. I'm going. Are there like guards on the on
On
this side of the wall?
No, but the drawbridge is up, and there are guards up on the gate.
I will go to the drawbridge, and I will look up them, and I'm just kind of like standing there really awkwardly, like I'm trying not to look threatening at all, and I'm just gonna go. It's Lady Torrel, right? That's her name.
Yes, yes, it is.
Is Lady Torrel in at the moment?
Oh, hey, look who it is. It's oh, what's their name? You were here. Oh, hey. Yeah, we know who you
Hello,
are. Hi.
can I come in?
Yeah, sure. And the gate starts like lowering down.
Terrible
This is
guards,
one of the
guys.
this is one of the guards that on your first night here was like, bro, please just distract her for a bit. We've all been awake for like 2 days. So it's a familiar face, even if you don't remember his name. Um, and like the guards come down, and like when you approach, like because they can all see you have a dragon with you,
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh, hail and well met. I have to say, what are you doing here? Um, I'm sorry, but I don't
I
remember your name."
It's okay. I am wishing to speak to Lady Toro if it is possible at all.
Yes, I'm sure the lady would be thrilled to see that a guest has traveled all the way this deep into the woods
Yes.
to come and see her. Um, yeah, and he leads you to a throne room basically, and sitting in a chair like sideways, so like her back's pressed up against one armrest and her legs are dangled over the other end. Is Lady Torrel, and she's like playing with a knife that seems to have like all this intricate, detailed like gold etched into like etching into this dagger that she's got, and she's just like looking at it, and she's like, "Oh my god, chaos! Oh my god, what are you doing here? Oh my god! Oh, it'd be mid-year break, wouldn't it? What are
Yes,
you? Why?
it is.
How are you? How are you, darling?" And she like runs up and pulls you into a hug.
He just
Um,
stands there stiffly and just like
oh,
slowly raises a hand to like pat her shoulder, like very, very, very gently.
hmm. Yeah, and she goes, "Oh my god, look at you, Duck! Look how big you've gotten!" And just starts like giving like Duck like a scratch behind the ear, and Duck's head's like freaking going to the side, like, "Oh my god, that like Duck is just fully like enjoying the scratch.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, she's like, "Oh well, come in. Obviously, here." And she snaps her fingers, and some servants like come in. And she's like, "I'll prepare the dining hall. We'll have some food. We'll have a more less formal spot than the keep. We've just had to deal with some traveling merchants that came by. It's always good when someone comes out this far, less that we have to produce for ourselves." But they just saw them out. They're camped out by the front gate. But yes, what can I do for you? Why are you here? Is everything all right?
Oh, yes, everything is fine. I was just wondering if it was perhaps possible, after I enjoy your very lovely company, if you could maybe grant me some passage to the library in Darnmore.
Mm, what would you need from there?
Oh, I'm
Is
just
oh
studying.
it's always lovely to see the youth of our age striving to learn more, especially such an up and coming young dragon rider as well. Of
Hmm.
course, of course. So yes, is there anything in particular? Because there'll be some information that is restricted, some that isn't. What kind of just general information? Because that will come across in
History
recommendations.
of the
Yeah,
area
of
and
course.
perhaps even the academy as well and its making. I'm very curious as to how it was, founded and brought into creation. Yeah?
Oh, of
Uh,
course, of course. And she's like writing down on like a piece of paper, um, this stuff, and she's like, it's like writing like, I, Lady Toril, hereby give my formal recommendation for this person to go and do additional studies regarding the history of the Aldrich Empire from Foltest's expansion to Darnmoor's acquisition through to current day and the Void Keep. And they're like, yes, no, I love that. This is obviously stuff that you probably would have learned at the academy in a few years, but or at least some of it. But I'm glad that you're taking the initiative. See, I knew you were an interesting one. But and she finishes writing the letter. It's like, yes, but of course, well, obviously rest here the night and can set you up with some provisions, and I can even have arrange for a cart to take you in to Darnmoor in the morning. Um, but yes, yes, tell me, how have you been after the last mission? Yeah.
Last mission?
Oh,
Uh,
yes, yes, dear. t- After the little stint of mind control that went down.
and he's gonna like pause for a very long moment and just kind of stare at her before he goes, "What's mind
It's
control?"
oh, did none of your peers explain? Okay, well, from what I've read of the reports, um, and she actually like stands up and she's like, if you give me just a moment, and she like enters like a side room, and you hear her like call for like one of her stewards, and she comes and sits back down. They're going and getting some paperwork for me, but and stuff to seal this letter. Um, from what I understand, when you went into the dungeon, the codes had been brought in to assist, um, and given the dungeon as like a place to live peacefully, um, had been under the influence of a rogue mage, a rogue dragon rider. Um, you weren't aware of this.
Y- yes, I don't recall quite a lot from that
Oh well,
time.
from
I
and
remember
the
stuff on the surface and helping the sick and the checking the nature around the area, but I don't remember going any further than the surface.
I will say you were present for a while in the dungeon. It is only when like, the final boss fight happened that you were influenced and taken over.
Okay. I'd
So no,
probably
that's
be
fine.
like,
That was from me not explaining it properly to you because you weren't present. But yeah, it was like at a certain point in the dungeon, switch has been flicked, and now it's like you're acting under someone else's control.
I
Um,
I assumed
yeah.
I had passed out some time
Hmm.
ago within the mission.
Oh, interesting. Well, and the steward walks back in, and she like looks at Sorry, one second. And basically looks at the notes and like hands you some of the reports and stuff, which has things of like Lion, like direct quotes from like Lion and Dee Dee and stuff of yeah, and then they started attacking us, and like Dee Dee's is more written in more detail of like Chaos, yeah, apparently you grab them by the like it started with you like kicking them off their like onto their back, and then like reaching down and grabbing them by the throat and lifting them into the air, and then smashing them into the floor, and then like throwing them away before you drew your cleaver, your crescent cleaver, and just started attacking them. And the lion jumped in, and like it was full mayhem, full chaos going, if you forgive the term of phrase. um
I
and pitched battle, and like even stuff of like Lion's recollection of like getting knocked unconscious by Dee Dee's magic and waking up just to have you standing above them, like driving your sword like into their upper shoulder and like chest, like well into their like upper chest in almost a shoulder, um, and like Lion reading that directly in the thing, like yeah, they like grabbed Duck and like hit them so violently hard into the floor that I thought it had killed them. Um, and you think back of like the like bruised, almost broken ribs of that like Duck had, and like the fact they were like all curled up on you, like even when they were so ill. And yeah,
These are
after
like
that they said,
papers, right, that were
yeah,
freshly
yeah,
written, or are these the reports from like the
the
original
the
reports? What are these?
yeah, the original report. So it's got all the details.
He's gonna like be
So
looking over like the dates and things like this, and like flipping through the different pages of the different perspectives and stuff, and just kind of like not
mhm.
quite take his eyes off it at all. And then he's just gonna shake his head and just kind of go, "No, no, these can't have happened. I don't. That's that couldn't have happened. I I didn't. Did I
Yeah,
do that?"
and you look at Duck, and Duck is just looking up at you, um, and you feel a sense of like sorrow, like but like they're looking up at you still like encouragingly, but like you can feel on like between you can sense that they're like it's sad, but like they're happy that you're here right now, almost. Uh,
Mm,
and they like come up and they
um,
nuzzle up against your leg and like up in under your arm while sitting. And it's just like puts the head up on the table near you so you can give them a pat.
yeah. He's gonna like reach to like almost hesitantly actually, because for a moment he's gonna look at his hand before he reaches for Duck, and then look to where like her ribs and stuff are, and how big his hand is against like
Mm,
her at the moment, even though she's like grown a lot in the past few weeks, and thinking back to how much strength he has and how fragile she is. And his hand is gonna kind of almost recoil for a moment before he like lets her sniff it again, like
mm,
moves it into like a gentle fist to like basically try to earn that risk again without her just
mm,
giving it to him, because he's trying to show that he he didn't want to do that, and he doesn't think that he
mm,
should have her forgiveness so easily if he did that. And he's gonna look back at the reports and read through and memorize the names of the people that he hurt there. And he's gonna stare at like lions for a long moment, because he's the one that he actually spoke to afterwards. And it's just gonna kind of click in his mind what he was talking about then, before
mm.
he just kind of sinks in his chair almost defeatedly, before staring off in the distance and just going, "I lost my autonomy again. I I did I really hurt all these people?"
Chaos, I don't think you should take this upon yourself as something that you failed. From
I
what I understand, and she's like flicking through the pages, like the pages are on the table so you can see like
Yeah.
each she's flicking through. She's like, from what I understand, this was a mage of a tier far beyond anything that any one of you could have handled. I have no doubt that if even a full-fledged rider had been there, it would have been a difficult pitched battle. Um, and she turns to a page that she hadn't actually given you, a couple of pages at the end, and slides them over to you. And it's Shiro's report talking about a man with burned skin on like the lower half, at least what you could see of his face, with like a jester mask, wearing a black cloak with like midnight black with stars on it, and a large white segmented dragon. Um, which, when those things are in front of you, this is without a doubt the things that you saw in your mindscape. the silhouette, the shadowy silhouette you saw with like the figure with the strings, and this large white creature that had been so large it felt like it had made like it was just the world once you stepped into this doorway.
Mhm.
The Yeah, like the descriptions and what she's saying, like there's no way it could have been anything else. This figure is the one who took away your will.
He's going to point to the page of Shira's report and look over at her slowly and just kind of say, "Are they dead?"
No. From what I understand on Shira's report here, it says that before he could react um, or do anything, the figure spoke into his mind and wished that they could play a game again sometime. And then and she's like reading through the lines, and then
I
they
saw them.
disappeared. You saw them.
I saw them. They. I. I almost had them. I was right in front of them. I could have done something. I. I could have beaten this. I. It's never up to me to do what I want to do. It's always for someone else. And finally, when I think I've earned the right to think for myself, I'm reminded yet again that I cannot even do that.
Well, that may be true, but I know that while going to the academy wasn't very much your choice, I think you're doing well. And sometimes with the bad there comes good. And she like reaches over and she gently scratches Duck's head. Think about where you would be now, the life you'd be leading if the bad things hadn't happened to you. If the horrors hadn't occurred in your lifetime, you'd probably still be in Acrocor. You wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have them.
Maybe I wouldn't have hurt them. Maybe I wouldn't have hurt her.
I'm
I
sure
don't
she
want to hurt
understands.
anyone.
She puts a hand on your shoulder and it's like, hey, no, for real. Look at her. Look into her eyes. Look with look at her beyond the physical. And like she like grips your shoulder and she's like, find it. Look deep within. And as you like, do you listen to what she's telling
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Looking into the eyes of Duck and like that tether that you feel like connects the two of you, it feels like almost like you're pulling on that and almost like pulling closer and closer until you feel pressed up against pressed up against your thoughts. You feel like the rushing of almost other thoughts, like flashes of images of you in that dungeon, the light harsh and stricken like across your figure, blood covering your like face and chest and hands. um One of the ones you see, like a direct thing you see from Duck's brief thoughts, is your full backhand strike to Dee Dee, her head like snapping, almost like it broke her neck. Um, and then those images fade, and you get the feeling and flashes of images of the time you spent with Duck, and almost too much, like almost to the point where it feels like you recoil, but in the joy of those feelings, of the flashes of every moment you spent with Duck, where they felt safe, where they felt loved, where they felt powerful, where they've like even when they were, yes, there was like the hurt of needing to attack you because you were attacking your friends, but they only did that because they knew you weren't in your right mind. and they knew you wouldn't want to hurt people. So intrinsically, that almost as an extension of who you are, they stepped in. And it's probably only like a second or two, and you like pull back almost like you've burnt yourself. And you see that Duck is looking at you, a, an understanding in their eyes that wasn't there prior. It feels like you've deepened your connection with them at least a little bit.
No. He's gonna kind of be breathing a bit heavier under his helmet, and his hand is kind of like shaking now before he reaches up to like pass his hand over the front of his helmet to like almost a bit as if he's rubbing his face, because he's not going to do that.
Like pinching the bridge of your nose, kind of.
Yeah, almost, and like
vibes.
smearing the metal plates like where the slits for his eyes are and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
like sniffle a little bit before he looks down at Duck and comes to pet her and give her a good scratch behind her ears. And just kind of goes, "What would I do without you, my sweet princess?"
She squints her eyes a little bit and like with a little smile on her face, like props herself up and like wiggles her head a little bit and like looking at you like, yes, I am a princess. Keep praising me. I am amazing. I am the best. So it's like she's like, yes, I am fantastic. But yeah.
He's gonna look back up at Lady Coral and just kind of bow his head a little bit before he goes, "Excuse me, sorry, I am too indulged with myself right now. Sorry, sorry. Okay, I thank you for this. No one told me of what I had done. I imagine I have many apologies to make now, and I can make them. Thank you for that."
Perhaps they already knew that it wasn't your fault and did not want to burden you with the yoke of guilt.
Me not
Um,
knowing is perhaps worse than me knowing. I don't want to
I
not
can't speak
learn.
for. Perhaps we should ask them. I can't speak for them, but sometimes we try to do things to protect those we care about, and it hurts them anymore.
Hmm.
I hope that you're able to find whatever you're looking for in in Darnmore. Um, Here, on
Yes.
to cheerier things. And you spend the rest of the day, and as much as has been very annoying in the past, it seems like she's being more subdued for your sake here.
Yeah.
And you can tell that a little bit. Like, obviously, aren't having a great time, and so she's trying to do more and engage with you more about asking about what you did in your break and stuff like that. Like, and asking about Duck, like just more polite
Yeah.
questions and
As opposed to
small
the
talk, and that's
normal,
something
like,
that
invasive sort of questions that she
yeah,
asks.
incessant, never stopping. But it's like for you, from what I know of Chaos, it's probably the closest you've come to having a nice conversation with her.
Yeah.
you know, and like she did straight up just coach you through basically how to have a slight it's just like a feeling of extending your consciousness out to your dragon,
Mm.
and them reaching back out. And again, you can decide if not, but I feel like did that give Chaos a little bit of closure at least regarding Duck?
In
Um,
regards to Duck, yeah, definitely not with
yes,
anyone else at the moment. But yes, in
for the
in terms of
for the visuals of if anyone's ever going to draw that flashing moment between them sharing things Awesome. The visual, I imagined for Chaos, like covered in blood and stuff. It's like it's in that art style that's like way more gritty and much more realistic and like fucking berserk kind of like it's just like
Oh
fully different
Oh
yeah.
my
tone shift
god,
where it's
no.
like from the visual of Duck, in this dungeon that was pretty well lit. It's like only the harshest of lights was casting any light.
Bro.
And you were like glowing red eyes, like fucking full Darth Vader um kind of mode.
Duck,
It's like,
Duck got hit
yeah.
with the got
You
hit
guys
with
have
the
to remember
eclipse.
this is her papa that she's looking up at and is like
Yeah,
slaughtering
and that
people. So
and
it's gonna
that's
look
what
really, really
imagine
bad.
imagine what everyone else is saying though. No. um but yeah, so also you managed to make your way to the next day. As promised, there's a rider who's going to drive the carriage for you to Darnmore. And with a letter of recommendation and a small stone, which has a charm on it. So you can add a sending stone to your inventory. If
Ooh.
if you ever need someone like in an emergency or something, you basically have a let me see if I can actually find the proper thing. Bum, 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 bum. It's basically a stone you can talk into, and the other person can also talk into it. It's basically the spell sending, where it's like something like 30 seconds of conversation can happen. Um, so if you're ever in an emergency or need help, you can basically speak into this, and she will hear you. Like unless she's somehow specifically warded against like that, which is different to scrying. Because with sending, you don't need to know where the other person is. It's just like it
Mhm.
beams out into the world like a radio signal, and then they pick it up. Um, so yeah, I think unless they're sitting in literally a lead-lined box, they will be able to hear you and potentially warn someone or come to your aid. So you
Ooh,
can
that's
add that
cool. Why the
because
fuck
you chose to
do
come
I add that?
talk to her. It's fine. It'll just be in your like items, or your treasure bag if you want. I just sent you a link to that. But because you went to
Yeah.
Lady Toril, specifically someone who was already very predisposed towards you against your will, and had an additional moment, um, this is your reward for that. Um,
Yes. I'm amazing.
uh, yeah.
I can talk
Uh,
to people.
But you managed to make your way to Darnmore, and you get to the library, and it's not like from what you can tell, it does seem like there are additional archives that you're not allowed to enter, but it does seem like you are being given pretty clear like leeway into like the forbidden section because it's like they don't
Mhm.
want it's like a section that knights, lower nobles, peasants they definitely can't come. But as a knight with a personal recommendation from a high-ranking dragon rider, um you and like it's like literally a thing of like it would have been taken off to the Aldrich family and like, oh, is this like this is part of their paperwork for the day. So you probably had to wait a
Mm.
few hours once you showed up, but it comes back with like an approval and you can go on your way. And yeah, so you're in the library. If you could think
Yeah.
of like what a just like we don't have to role play it. What shit do you want to know from here?
I want to know as much as I possibly can about Farron and what he has done to get where he is, how much blood he has spilt, and everything in that matter.
Okay, so I'll give you a very brief like Farron's life because it's like, oh, here's the life
Yeah.
story of Farron. Farron was basically the son of the Hound Master at in Foltest. So he's actually not of the royal bloodline. He is actually he's just like a commoner.
Mhm.
So he was a commoner whose father worked in the keep, and so because of that, he was also spent a lot of time training the hounds, and was actually responsible for coming up with the process of and teaching one of these dogs to be a seeing eye dog for the young prince at the time who was born blind. And basically into his like teenage years, him and the prince basically spent a shit ton of time together. And then when his father passed away, out on a hunt, basically, his father died. The king at the time, because this was before the empire, formally adopted him as a member of the royal family. He could never hold the throne; he would be given the throne, but he could have high positions in court. He could be like pretty much anything except king. So his social standing like rose up. He was like a very famous, well off. He was an inventor as well, alongside the king at the time, Tiberius's dad, Emperor Tiberius's father, invented Braille, and made huge strides forth in with magic and magitech to make things more sustainable and easy for people with disabilities in the communities.
Mhm.
And some of the stuff that you're finding is like, there's the general stories, but some of the more. Can you do an investigation for me, actually? Because
Yes, I can.
there's some stuff here that
If you
I
get
will straight up not tell you unless you get a really good roll. Natural 20. So
yeah, I win.
you find in this that when he was like 23, 24,
Mhm.
Farron disappeared. It's like in the notes and stuff that you're finding. You actually managed to. Let's say you even find some diaries from like that are kept of like the who entered, who exited of like the keep, and like just very like numbers, like keeping track of shit. Farron's just gone for a couple of years, and you can't find in any of the stories or the general stories to the public what's going on and where he is. And then I'm just trying to think. And then you find some stuff that talks about an event called the Night of Burning Blood. And this is just like adjacent to Farron because it's like, oh, after the Night of Burning Blood, Farron reappeared in like the public eye. Um, and you're trying to find like one thing leads to another. You find out the Night of Burning Blood was an event where basically thousands of dragon hunters stormed the hive nests that are around the kingdom with the hope of permanently erasing them, like just full getting rid of dragons out of the region. But because of events that transpired and some of these things you see are like, oh yeah, because of powerful dragon attacks and like an elder dragon showing up, stuff like that, there was too much loss, and nearly every dragon hunter present died. And there are fields to, I believe, let me quickly look at the map, to the northwest, actually near the top of the Rusty Maple Forests, where they never stop burning.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so they've basically been burning for the last 70 years. Without it stopping. And it's believed that the amount of dragon's blood that's soaked into the ground, um, imbued it with magic, and like that fire from dragons is what's keeping it going. And then the books that you're finding are like, and then Farron came and the Great Peace followed. Farron approached the dragons and bartered a peace with them with his unique ability to speak to them in their own tongue. And then from that point onwards, the Aldrich Empire began its expansion. It began like an age of peace and prosperity, and like you find more and more notes of the as the expansion went on. Let me just quickly. I need to have my notes. Um, uh, sorry, I'm just trying to find the actual. Here we go. The actual years that shit happened. Um, there we go. There we go. So, Vasilius, the king before King Tiberius, basically began the expansion of the empire in what we're calling the first year of the current era. And Foltest basically goes to war with Orman, which is the place southwest. And this is after Farron has his dragons, so the expansion is going well. In the third year of the current era, Acrocor falls. A kingdom already in a decline is destabilized by a power grab. At the same time as Foltest is completing their conquering of Ormen. In the 4th year, Foltest conquers the Foreseer Isles. In the 4th year, Foltest conquers Darnmore. In the 14th year of the current era, Foltest conquers Hadao, and that was 50 years ago. Emperor Vasilius unexpectedly becomes a dad. So, sorry, I'm just double checking this. There we go. Sorry, I'm just looking at some stuff. Then, yes. Sorry, apologies. Emperor Vasilius becomes a dad and gives birth, and his wife gives birth to Emperor Tiberius. So that's Emperor Vasilius is Isidore's grandfather. The next year, the war ends, and in the 21st year of the current age, Emperor Vasilius passes away. Tiberius becomes emperor. In the and this is like stuff that's just like the royal family. In the 40th year of the current era, Isidore is born, and it is now currently the 64th year of the current era. So for a long time, Farron has been around and helping. So essentially for the last 64 years.
He's been conveniently placed around to help people. Yes. I see.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm
He
just
was
going back to the
conveniently
bathroom.
there at the scene of the crime.
I'm just looking to the bathroom if you guys want
Wait,
to talk.
Nick, before you go,
get
did you get my message? Did you get my
I
message
will-
that I sent you earlier today?
No, I haven't looked at it.
Okay, it's just that I got a dip soon. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't think there was really much that was more going to be on in the session, but like I said, I'll be right back.
Okay, go pee. Go piss, girl.
Oh my
So
god,
guys, Lord Gortash,
finally.
am I right? Am I right or am I right?
Gortash.
On
I
what?
feel like I wanna agree with you and say yeah, Farron seem a bit sus, but also that seems way too obvious.
What if it is?
If it's
You think
It
he's
just
pulling like a
suddenly
double
is.
bluff?
no, but if it's just him that is being morally dubious.
Oh
I
no,
think
it's
we're
definitely
forgetting-
not just him. The whole point is
No,
Lord
but
Gortash
I
has
think-
another 2 fuckers with him, alright?
No,
we
but
gotta
I don't
figure out who the other people are.
I'm not even. I don't think that Farron is the like fucking Darth Vader of this universe. Not yet.
Yeah.
Not until I see some like no way is it not him that I'm
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh yeah, Farron is a bad guy because I do think he's morally dubious, but I don't
Yeah.
necessarily. I know
Ooh,
that
what
this
are we
guy is not
discussing?
necessary.
Nothing.
We're
Nothing.
discussing
Nothing.
We're discussing our thoughts on if Lord Gortash is dateable.
The route that Farron is taking.
Dateable.
That is what we are doing.
So you're debating if Farron's dateable.
Oh well, I mean that's obvious. Come on now.
Look, there's a
Well,
silver fox,
I
and
don't
then there's
think-
like
I
a
don't think there's any
grandpa.
thing. Is can we find out if he
Hey,
had a
he's
wife?
still in GILF category.
Gil, it's my old man Gil.
Look, I try to be as freaky as I possibly can, but that might be too freaky for me.
I
Come
know.
on.
Look, Sable has the same like physical, like mental age as like Isidore and Aoife, but like
Yeah.
physically speaking, they're closer to Farron's age than the rest of you guys. So
Sable was born
So
52
seduce him.
years ago.
Crazy notes. Yeah.
Dumas was
Take
born.
one for the team.
Sable's a
Sable's
boomer.
born. Yeah. Dumas is in his 60s.
Sable and Dumas definitely they're fucking talking about like, oh, back in my day.
So is Chaos, though.
Huh?
So is Chaos being an
Huh?
old
What?
fart.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty old.
Mm. No
Join
one's
the old
asked though.
fart club. We can all complain.
I'm old but whimsy. There is a difference.
Well, I'm also old but whimsy. We can complain.
I'm old.
But yes, so
Yep.
some of the stuff that you see, it's like some of the stuff that's more logistical talks about like the war effort because it did last a few years, and the expansion only kind of stopped after the birth of Tiberius. Like literally the next year after Tiberius was born, they're like, okay, let's take stock, organize in house, and then once we've strengthened our hold in all these places, we'll continue onwards. And you can see that while in the war effort, probably close to 30 to 40,000 people died. That's on both sides.
Yeah.
Um, in general, they've completely, and like you spend like probably like a week just going through looking at this stuff. Like there's like reports on like infrastructure and changes and stuff from like Farron is like, yeah, he's a famous inventor. So every time you're like searching for something about Farron, it's like, oh yeah, we revolutionized how to do this thing. We revolutionized farming. We did this. We did that. We did that. We did this. Did that. And I believe one of the other things you wanted to know about was the keep, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like how he came to put it together,
Yeah.
I suppose.
So from what you can find on the Void Keep, there are significantly less books about this.
Interesting.
From what you can find, it seems like the Void Keep was actually back when, before the Aldrich Empire's expansion, there was a circle of wizards that lived here, and basically they used their magic to build the fortress out of the obsidian that was here, and do like etch all these runes and stuff into it to give it like protective barriers, and it's like one of the hardest places to siege because only wizards could get there at the time. But Farron, when they were sweeping through the Darnmore Kingdom at the time, was like, "This is like a huge, like, fucking problem." So took his dragons there and basically laid waste to a lot of the castle that was there and overpowered a lot of the wizards that were there because he had the like mystical might of 5 dragons with him. But it's actually in that event where 2 of his dragons died. So bro with 5 dragons, and he's like, I'm the main character, still could have died in this incident. Um, he was overpowered at points, but through guile and luck and skill, was able to overwhelm the circle there and basically killed every single last mage that was in the place, securing a seat of power for the Aldrich Empire. And once the war ended, he was basically given it as his like personal lands, like as any noble gets like a parcel of land or like this is your domain. This was his domain.
Right. So we got it as a benefit from the war because he partook in it. So he just kind of earned the place at that point.
He
Right.
didn't take any prisoners, I will add that.
Mm. Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay.
It is hard to find any books here that directly talk about Farron being a shit person because he's like
Yeah, I
a
wonder why.
cornerstone of the thing. But I will say, because you rolled a natural 20,
Yes.
can
The strong,
can everyone
the
else please
course of
go into a
history.
different chat for me?
Oh, yeah. Okay, give me a second.
You and I will stay here. Everyone else can leave.
Oh, oh yeah, because
Wait, what are
the
we doing?
recording thing. Leave to the other chat, please.
Oh,
Be gone. Cade. All
Okay,
right.
so what you find in your things is probably a book that shouldn't be here. It seems like a thick old tome that hasn't been written in for many years, and in it, on the cover, it says "The Night of Burning Blood," as written by Basilius the Emperor. So this is like a personal book written by the Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
it talks about how keep in mind he was blind, so he's transcribed, I should say.
Yeah.
He's spoken it and someone wrote it down. The night of burning blood. It's a night that will haunt us and our kingdom for years. The death of so many of our most famous heroes, some of our most powerful warriors. And they could have been a benefit to the region, to our new foothold here. It's not easy trying to corral the locals when you kill all their heroes. But I agree with what Farron did. We needed to strike out with a force of a show of power and show that we had the ability to defend ourselves, and it has ushered in a new age of peace. Basically, what you learn from this book is the Night of Burning Blood wasn't just some random event where, like, they went to a hive and tried to kill all the dragons, and then the dragons just happened to get the better of them. Farron teamed up with the dragons to kill pretty much every last dragon hunter that was there, and then he went, I have managed to tame these dragons, and then an age of peace has actually followed. But it started from him, those years where he was gone, because for Vasilius, this was like a brother to him.
Yeah.
For those years that he was gone, he was getting letters and stuff, and Farron's like, I've been living amongst the dragons and stuff, like I'm not being attacked, like I feel like a kinship to them, like there's like something strange going on here, until he stopped receiving letters. And then about 6 months later is when Farron showed up with his dragons.
Okay.
But the reason I had to ask everyone to leave is that's a bombshell. This is the kind of information that would shatter an empire. Like, oh, you went through and killed like our most noble family, other than like the king, and like all their heroes, all of our this is like if we went and killed Achilles and Alexander the Great and our Caesar and our, and one man killed them all, and then they hid
So
it.
was he like the head? Well, he obviously wasn't like the head of the um like this side of the war or anything. Because he was trying not to be seen during that, because that would ruin everything, right?
The war hadn't started at that point. The war only started after he had his dragons.
Oh,
So there was no war at this point.
okay. Goddamn. Goddamn.
Basically, once they got their nukes, they were like, yep, we're going to war. We're going to expand.
That is not terrible at all, and not really. Oh god.
One of the things Farron said
Ooh.
to Shiro last session was, I've killed more people than most will meet in their life.
Oh
But
my
he lives
god.
with that pain and that guilt because it was to protect his family.
Is it guilt at that point? I don't know that. I don't know if it's guilt. I don't know. At the moment, I'm just seeing a really fucked up guy. So, it's not great. It's not great at all. Okay. Cool.
One
I'm
monster who ushered in an age of peace. And even in the notes, the Emperor's probably grappling with that. Because it's like noble houses and stuff are all intertwined and everything like that.
yeah.
Because technically, and this would probably be something you find in your notes as well, the noble lineage has married in, like dragon hunters have married in before, so they're
Mm.
dragon hunters. Dragon hunters do not hatch dragons, but in your cohort there is Aoife, Shiro, and Isidore, who are all dragon hunters, but they shouldn't be.
Mm.
That's what you get from a nat 20. You are free to share this information with who you want, whenever you want, like in session.
So
Um,
just to make sure, I'm only just now learning that those three are connected in that sort of sense. That they're,
well, I guess chaos would be, yeah. because there's stuff of like Farron's of the noble bloodline, and it's like there would be stuff that discusses even in other books about like the egg ceremonies and stuff that to consolidate power in the regions that they've taken over and are now trying to hold, they're giving the noble families the opportunity to hatch dragon eggs and then be trained, and then they're more loyal to the kingdom, and then the kingdom has more elite soldiers, like shit like that. But yeah, no dragon hunter. They went from being top shit to being like there's barely any of them. They're not even the strongest around anymore.
Hmm. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. You'll have to put a warning when you put out this recording for people to make sure they skip over it if they're re-listening, remember?
No, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. I'm pleased with that finding.
Okay, I'm glad. Nat 20s.
Oh yeah. Shall I go grab the others then?
It's fine. I'll just drag him back in here.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
They would
Hello, everyone. You'll
Hey
move against
guys.
I was just about to say to Kate, it was just me and them.
we
Yeah.
were discussing law things.
Excuse me, you just
Who
interrupted our
got leveled up?
conversation.
You
Who leveled
interrupted
up?
actually a very important conversation. Thank you very much.
I'm so
I
sorry,
was-
my
That's
friend is
really
here. I really
nice.
have to go.
See you,
Bye.
Huey. Take care.
Okay, bye,
Bye,
Huey.
guys. Thank you for a great session.
Good night.
What law stuff are you talking about?
You don't get to know.
It's a
Uh-huh.
You
need
got
to know
your law.
basis.
You got your law drop, and I got. We got to discuss our own law things, and now you get left out the same way that we're left out.
Wait, don't push it too
Aw.
hard.
Ho.
So, now that you've found out that groundbreaking, totally shattering knowledge,
Oh, great.
you don't really find anything else of interest over your time there. And you
Mm-hmm.
realize that there's probably only like, 4 or 5 days left. And so you head to Sable's farm. It takes you a little while to find it, but you do eventually arrive. And when you do, in the distance, you're probably a kilometer away, when all of a sudden a shadow passes over you and Bubby goes "Blump," and lands on the ground directly in front of you, and like runs up to you and starts giving rubbing up against your legs and stuff. Bubby
Oh,
Bubby just
hello.
flew out of the sky, landed in front of you, and Bubby has also like grown as well,
Oh
much
my
like Duck
goodness,
does.
you are flying now. Oh, feels so good. That was so good. And he's giving exactly the same sort of praise as he did for Duck, just encouraging this with proper good scratches over the head and like behind the horn sort of
Mhm.
face plate thing. Oh, I don't know how to explain it. But yeah,
No, I know.
giving
But
good scratches.
hell yeah. Bobby likes the attention and seems super excited to see you. It has been like 3 and a bit weeks since
Mm,
he last saw you, so he's super
Yeah, this
excited.
is
And
Uncle Chaos.
mm, him and Duck start like chasing each other, and then like he takes off and starts flying further down the road. Um, and then Duck flies after him, and they're just circling around in the sky. But he seems to be kind of leading you to where you need to go.
I follow.
Um,
Come
after
hither,
not too
fool.
um, so you get closer to the farm. I'll probably say it's probably like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You spent most of your day traveling. It's sorry, there are like 4 or 5 days left. It probably took you like with the cart that you have,
Yeah.
probably about a day and a half to get down to where they are, if not
Mm-hmm.
more. But you depart from the cart as you're after Bubby like lands near it and stuff, and they like take off. And it's a just like afternoon. And the first thing you see as you approach and Bubby's like running off into the yard is a large topaz dragon lying out on the front. Still like obviously small, but this is Isidore's dragon. Is like lying out at the front gate asleep.
he's just gonna kind of stand there very awkwardly, looking at it like, I did not know they already had company. Is this a bad time?
Everett gives a
Did
big
anyone sleep here?
yawn. And he
They are
locks eyes
probably
with you. Then he like shakes his like head and his like neck moves like the little like spikes he has on his back like shake, and he comes forward and he gives you a sniff, and he almost like turns away from you, like, almost like distastefully, and it's like ugh, ugh. And he hops up and he takes off into the sky and he starts flying around with Bubby and Duck. And you're left to your own devices, free to walk into the home whenever you want.
I'm going to consider my life choices for a long, long time outside because now I feel awkward because they already have company. And now I'm wondering if it was even worth the effort of showing up because obviously, if they have company, then I don't want them feeling overwhelmed from more company. But I'll be out there long enough for me to think, wait, this is probably really creepy. I should probably at least knock and say hi. So I'm gonna go to the door and I'm gonna knock on it very slowly. And for once, the door size is relatively normal for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, that is one thing you notice. You thought it was just like a thing of perspective, but as you get closer, you're like, holy shit, this house is huge. And you knock on the door and you hear a, huh? Give me a moment. And then you hear like the sound of like a chair being pulled out across stone, and then thump, thump, the footsteps as they come towards the door. And then opening the door in front of you is a man, like a large fearbog, with like big fucking hair, and he's just like not currently wearing a shirt. He's like, hello?
Hello. Uh, does
Sorry,
Sable live here?
we're not taking any
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
do
no, no.
newsletters.
I,
We're not
I,
searching for gods.
I,
We're
I
we're pretty in
only
tune with our
deliver
nature
my
spirit.
company
Oh
to.
no, sorry, I'm not. I don't do that
Not
anymore.
like that. Not
Uh,
like that.
uh,
No, 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 no,
Oh
no.
my
You
god.
misunderstand
Sable,
Like,
me.
Sable. He's just calling out like, Sable,
another one of
someone's
your
here for
freaks
you.
are here.
Just I can't be bothered, and he just like turns and leaves.
He just stands
And he
at the
sticks
door very
and he like
awkwardly.
sticks his head out the back door. Sable, someone's here for you. Get your ass over here.
What
Um,
do you mean someone's here for me?
it's a
I'm
solicitor.
busy.
It's a solicitor.
Oh,
They're here to sell us something, and they said they wanted to talk to you.
you can
This is
just
what you
hear
get
like
when you give out your private information.
Chaos can just hear Sable mumbling to
It's a
someone like
Jehovah's
nearby.
Witness.
And then goes come, and then like goes trotting around to the front with Bernice, following nearby, and rounds the corner, and obviously Sable doesn't notice you straight at first because they need to get a bit closer, and then they're like kind of like freeze and stare, and then like
Bernice is definitely
go,
saying to you, like, Bernice is definitely like, Sable, stop. Like, I can, Sable, they're at the door. I'm like, and you're like, shut up, there's someone at the door. It's like, Sable. And like, Bernice is like very clear, like, it's chaos. But you're just like cutting
Sable
them
goes,
off.
what do you mean? It's frozen stares, and then goes, oh my god, it is, and goes running at you for a big hug.
Oh, he's gonna actually be very taken aback by like the big hug gesture because normally you're not so you know, open and
Yeah,
touchy with everyone. So he's going to take
this is
advantage of
not
that and like scoop you up in a hug and then just kind of like give you a nice squeeze as well. Like very pleased that you seem so excited to see him.
Sable. Also, when you eventually stop hugging, and maybe you picked them up off the ground.
Yes,
I don't know.
definitely.
Well,
It was
you
a pick
notice
up
as
and slight sway sort of hug and then put back down, you know?
even though Sable is smaller than you, so obviously you know that they're not your size. You know that they're
Yeah.
big though, but in
Yeah.
this house they don't look very big. They actually look kind of small compared to like
Yeah,
the giant of a man you just saw.
yeah.
This is your house? You live here?
Yes, yes. I apologize for my family. I don't think that they're used to people that just know me and are just like hanging out with me, being
I
over.
think he might have thought I was not so appropriate person, perhaps.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
what do you mean by that? And like looks at you so innocently.
Uh,
I'll say
never
Thade is
mind.
currently nursing a big whelp that he actually has, like on his, like the side of his head, with like a
Good
bag
thing.
of ice.
Is he still nearby?
Yeah, he's in the kitchen, like
It's
literally
fine.
like 10 feet from me.
Fade, Fade. This
Yes,
is
yes,
not a
Sabs.
solicitor.
What do you?
You lied to me.
No, look at how they're dressed.
He's gonna look
Fade,
down
how
at his
many
thing and just be like, "What's wrong with the way that I dress?"
Fade, my dear buddy, how often do solicitors come to a farm?
I don't know. You live here
Who
now, so
who is
you're back. Hey, whoa!
I don't know any solicitors. They are actually laughing. That's not just Sable. And then they go, anyways, this chaos. This is my brother, Thaddeus. We just call him Fade.
Ah,
Fade.
your
This is
brother.
my
I
friend
have read
Chaos.
some of your messages between each other. It is very thoughtful
Why were you reading my letters to Sable?
because they could not read.
Yes,
He
that's the
stops for a
crazy thing
moment, like he
about
was
being
about
blind.
he was like about to say something, and he stops and thinks for a moment and goes, "Ah,
Like, how
yeah,
do you forget as a brother?
Hey, Faye, did you forget that I can't read your letters?
perhaps."
It was not
Oh my
for
love.
any sort of look for your privacy. I was just the communication between your writing and their ears. That is all.
It's a very
Ah.
good thing you haven't said anything too explicit yet, Faye.
Oh,
And
that does not
directly
matter.
from
I would
next
read
to
it for
you,
you anyway.
Chaos from directly next to you, currently holding Duck, Isidore goes, "Yeah, that'd be really embarrassing, wouldn't
And he kind of like turns his
it?"
head with like a slight awkward creak and just kind of stares at her for a long moment.
Hi, Chaos.
Yes. Hello.
How have your holidays been?
Uh, You know, very interesting, actually. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm aware. How did your research in the capital go?
huh? You,
Yeah. She like turns her head a little bit, like, yes. What?
it went fine.
Hmm. Find anything interesting? Sable, they were getting
Uh,
ahead of us in their studies to, they were learning more about the, the kind of things that you only really learn when you need to be a lord or lady. Getting
I
ahead,
didn't I didn't know you were taking an interest in the capital. I might have come with you.
oh, I wasn't. Not really. Just for history. I am a
Sable
big
looks at you
history nerd.
really confused, like eyes like squinted and like leaning forward at you like
what?
why would you why would you be there though? You don't even like the cities.
I
I
admit I was
don't.
surprised. Sable, they even went and asked Lady Torrell about giving them recommendation. So I'm glad to see that you and Lady Torrell are getting along better, Chaos. Um, you know,
Yes.
Sable Sable goes, "Oh, that's very nice," and leans down to Bernice and is like, "See, I told you."
mm.
Doesn't say the last part, just like mouths crush with their hand over their mouth so that they can't see. It's a crush.
Bernice looks at you, looks at Chaos, looks at you, and just slightly shakes their head like, "What the fuck, Sable?"
Um,
No, she does that and she looks at you and just goes, "No."
no, that's not what's going on here. What the hell?
Hey, you didn't hear that either. Sable
Yeah,
spent too
totally.
much time with the gossiping sheep.
Mm-hmm. So he's just kind of gonna look at her and go, I mean, like, I did visit her briefly, and she helped me get the research that I needed, yes.
You know, you could have just asked me, by the way.
I imagine from our last few conversations that you would not maybe care for me in that manner. Honestly.
I won't allow personal differences to affect someone's education or professional ambitions. You know, it comes
Mm.
with the training to be an empress one day. There are lots of people I don't like, but it is a benefit for them to know what happens in our kingdom and to be good governors.
Mm.
Well,
I'm
this is
sorry.
really fun and comforting.
I did not know you had company. I would not have intruded if I had known. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not intruding. You don't need to apologize. I did kind of tell everyone they were welcome to visit. I just didn't expect any of you guys to actually do it. But we're more than welcome to have you here.
But
Please
you're my friend.
stay.
Why would I not visit?
Oh, like they kind of like shake their head and like scratch their head a bit, like, oh, I don't. Yeah, I guess I should have thought of that. They did not. They I don't think you've ever said that that you guys are friends before. So
He
they're like,
definitely
yes,
hasn't before, like face to face.
yes. They was like, yes. Oh my god, friend, act cool. Oh my god, I have 2 friends over.
I was going
This
to
is
say
the most friends I've
two
ever had
people
over.
in the last week. 2 people have said that you're their friend.
And in the past 52 years, no one has said I'm their friend.
Can I like, so how are you like stifling this excitement right now?
They, well, like I said, they're like turning their head and like shaking it and
They do a fist
scratching
pump.
it, and
They do a fist pump like, yes.
they go, like, you can see them like kind of like go, like they kind of like go like under the, like, not like the yes, but they make like a sharp intake sound and like nod their head a little bit when they turn, and then they're like, yeah, I guess yeah, I should have expected that because we're friends and that's what we do, right? And then like puts
He
like
was
one arm.
hesitating. Yeah,
Then
he was hesitating for a long moment because while you were like, you know, shaking and like nervous over it, he was like, "Shit, did I say the wrong thing?" And then you also said that you were friends, and he's like, "Okay, cool. I didn't just ever assume.
two
Cool."
autistic people hanging out, like 2 autistic people that have like, they're like, I have to be told everything specifically to my face, otherwise I will feel like I've misread something.
Mm.
But
Not Isidore, I'm not autistic enough for this.
he's gonna look
Oh,
over.
um,
Huh? What was that, Jazz?
I don't think anyone said anything. Oh, Jazz,
I
did you
said
speak?
autism.
Oh
Yep.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, it's
real.
the tism. It's the
I will
Um,
rheumatism.
say, I will say, Chaos. You do notice that Isidore, instead of being dressed in, like obviously he's all wear the uniform on campus and you have classes, but she seems to be wearing a lot more relaxed clothing here rather than like her very formal attire that she's typically wearing. Oh, excuse
are
me.
you
And
currently
it actually,
staying here?
oh yes, yes, I'm spending the last week of the break here. I'm sleeping in
He
the
just
barn.
like
You're welcome to join.
he nods very slowly before
Sable's
he
been
goes,
sleeping with me every night.
"Oh,
Uh, you
oh."
They're welcome to join, are they not, Sable? There's plenty
so
of space in the barn.
yeah, we've all been, yeah, we just we set up 2 sleeper beds in
Yeah,
there, and it's just been nice and chill, and us and the
yeah, yeah.
dragons, because the dragons aren't allowed inside, and I don't like leaving them. So we're just hanging out in there if you want to join us.
We thought it was more appropriate than in the house with the rest of the family. Yes.
I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable if I
It is fine. I am a
was to
guest here as
say.
well, and if you're a guest as well, I do not mind sharing the communal sleeping space with you. It is fun.
I will not need a mattress, by the way. I can sleep against the wall. It is normal
Well,
for me.
Very
I
well,
can
if you
still
wish.
get you a mattress.
No, it's okay.
We lean one
Uh,
against the wall so that
Oh
they
my
can lean
god.
on something soft.
no choice. You have to have a mattress. Please just you don't have to actually sleep on it, but please, I have to bring one in there. My parents will be very upset with me for not having proper manners with a house guest. You should be my parents. Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
okay.
and, and,
They look very
and
excited to give you the same tour that they gave Isidore.
yeah, you meet Sable's parents and like their mother's in the like garden, just like at the moment, preparing stuff like peas and stuff to grow, especially with like the frost starting to come in. Um, preparing them so that they will actually be able to eat all throughout the winter. Thankfully, the Forcia Isle isn't somewhere that like gets full snow, but it is somewhere that gets pretty cold.
Mm.
Even by
And
female standards. Little sweater time.
yeah.
Oh.
And you manage to spend a little bit of time, and like they seem to have a very lovely garden. And Sable's father seems to be out in the field, currently dealing with a bull that is being a pain in the ass, annoying all the other all the cows, and is trying to get him in his own paddock for a bit. So he can't really come over and give a long hello, but he gives a brief one. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and as you're going around on your tour with Isidore and Sable, after a while, Thaddeus does show up, shirt on now, but he has a very clear couple welts on like the side of his head, and he's walking with a little bit of a limp, and he's like, yep, Sable, you can talk to animals. Why didn't you tell me that horse was going to attack me?
Well, to be fair, the horse didn't announce to the whole world, I am going to attack Fade now. I
Do
just
No.
heard
you
him say,
need
this bitch. And then, bang!
Oh,
do you
it's
need assistance?
I'll be fine. Thank you for the. You're a guest here. It's fine. If you want, we've been if you can offer Sable any assistance in their role in their jobs, then
Oh, I meant with those, and he kind of like points up at like the obvious bruising and swelling of the head. I can help
no,
heal.
no. If we use magic to deal with all the everyday aches, pains, and bumps from mistakes, you never learn. Yeah, this will
Uh,
remind me not to stand with my back to the horse for too long.
there's just gonna be
Yeah.
like a butterfly in the corner of the screen with chaos will remember this.
Yeah,
Sometimes pain is a memory. Pain's the
we
best
do
thing.
prefer to avoid using a lot of magic here. Mostly only purely practical magic. Not really fancy here. Just
Mm.
Oh, druidic
hard
magic is
labor.
quite normal, is it not? It's from the earth to the people. It is
Yeah,
not.
but we don't. Yeah, but we don't really. Until recently, I didn't even really have that much magic. We mostly use like magics to help tell when, like, what kind of weather we're going to get soon, or help some of the plants grow a little bit more.
Mm.
Which above game, guys, is actual specific
Spell
cantrip.
called Druidcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sable's mother would have that, and like she's using it to like she'll put a seed in the ground and make it immediately sprout, but not like, growing the plant to full size. You know,
just
uh, stuff
little
like that.
survival things. Not really like we're not trying to
Yeah.
speed up the process and be
Fade doesn't
prosperous.
usually live on the farm either.
Not trying to
Um,
rewrite nature.
and and like he's like, yeah, if you healed these today, I would have more tomorrow. Um, Sable,
Do you get hit by a
famously
horse that often?
he is famously horrible with the horses. Uh, but it's how he feels like he can help, especially with your father getting older. He's like, "Yep,
He's
no, like
the only one that can stand getting kicked by one of the horses. Let's just say that.
these
I
horses are
can
fucking
help with
massive as
the.
well."
I can help with the horses. I think.
No, no. If you wish, you can come up. And he like, he's like, finish your tour first. If you want to help tomorrow or the day after, then that'll be good.
He
But for
will
now,
help.
and he like sprints off into a field after the horses. Get back here! And is just like running after them. Horses are easily outpacing him.
He's so funny.
Does
Mm.
he work here normally? I think he would be more used to this now.
No, most of my siblings are travelers. We don't. It's just me that stays here. Fate has just come back to help because I'm not around anymore. So, and like Sable
Ah,
does look a little bit like bummed out and maybe a little bit guilty about that fact because this is their free loving brother who's just kind of stuck here now. That's how they feel about it. Like they've made it so that he can't go and do his own things anymore.
Sorry,
well,
BRB.
it's just good company, is it not? While you are back here for the holidays.
He's here the whole time that I'm away. So
Yes, but he's granted your presence when you're back. No? How often would he see you otherwise? If he's
this
traveling all the time.
about the same time every year. Oh, and thank you, alarm.
Babe,
In-game
where
alarm.
the fuck did that come from?
That no,
Is
Sable
that
just
a
makes
sheep?
that noise.
Like a sheep? Yeah, made that noise. God damn.
I'm back.
I love that
Apologies.
Isidore's probably just standing there like, okay, just like watching us.
Mm.
Um.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I will say he would want to help around the farm as much as possible. While he is there. Um. And he will stay out with the barn with them, but the entire time, unlike them, unlike the both of them, who are very much comfortable, he is going to remain in his armor the entire time, and just not. He's always on guard mode. That's just him.
Mhm.
I'd say that.
Have we
I'd
ever
say that.
seen? Sorry, have we ever seen Chaos without his armor?
No, we haven't.
No.
I thought so.
No.
It's like Shiro
No.
without taking his mask off.
I
Like
am so
technical-
interested to see what Chaos looks
technically,
like.
technically none of you have ever seen what Shiro's face looks like. So
We've heard that he's taken the mask off, but we didn't get a description.
yeah.
God
Mm.
forbid that.
And I mean, I've lifted the slate of my helmet to like eat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you ate alone in a room.
Yeah. Well,
Mm.
not alone. Sable was near me. They're just blind.
It was very like we joke about the Mandalorian. It was very much those vibes of everyone gets their food, and like even if you just turn away from each other to eat, it's just like
Yeah.
privacy.
It's
Is Chaos humanoid
Sable.
or
Pardon,
What?
sorry?
We're all humanoids, I believe.
Technically, yeah,
Like-
you're all humanoids.
oh my gosh, what race is Chaos again?
He's. I
That
don't
is-
think that any of us know that.
He's
Yeah,
just
okay.
the guy.
He's
Yeah,
just the guy.
he's a human. He's
He's
he-
a human fighter.
he's been
Yeah,
living
so
in the woods
creaking,
for
that
60
creaking
years.
that you hear, it's not from my armor, it's my bones. They're really, really getting to me, man.
Fucking ancient guys.
Yet he hits like a truck.
They hit me with a
Oh
truck.
god, he does.
Hmm.
I will say Sable probably knows because you are not an usual sleeper. they know this, they have probably made up your own little area so that you can, even though Sable would love if you would come join the rest, the two of them in their little slumber area, they
Yeah,
also have
sleepover
set up like
party.
a little, yeah, for your little sleepover party, they have like cornered off a little separate, like just like with some like hay bales or something, like just so that you can like have
Somewhere to
a
sit.
a
Yeah.
separate place to sit and stuff, and you don't have to feel uncomfortable.
It's not so much he's uncomfortable, it's just because since he doesn't sleep very often, he doesn't want you guys to feel uncomfortable because he'll just be there while you're sleeping, you know? So I feel like him having a little nook would be better because of his sleeping issues.
Yeah, well,
Alphonse from Full Metal
you
Alchemist.
have a little sleeping nook. However, I think you're forgetting we're sleeping in the barn, and then you just like can hear like all the animals. There's like
That's
a
fine.
little area, like the
I'll
area
say
they're
there's
sleeping in
probably
is like a little
yeah.
further away from the other animals, like kind of on like an upper ledge area. But it's like there's still animals down there. There's like a
Hmm.
barn cat and stuff as well. That's just like
Chaos. There's
occasionally
probably an
popping up.
empty stall that you could rest in if you wanted.
Mm,
It's like they get cleaned every day, so there's
yeah.
like like every couple of days. So there's like a
Brother,
clean
he
empty
lives in the
stall.
woods. The cleanliness does not matter to him.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's
But there's
covered
like
in
a
moss.
yeah, true. There's a clean, dry spot for you to rest that is not too far away from them, but it is a little
He
bit more.
will he will accept the mattress for Duck though, because Duck deserves everything.
I'll say this is probably one of the few times that when you're say getting stuff for the bed, that Duck doesn't come and lay down with you. Duck actually goes in like dog piles with Bubby and Everett.
Oh.
And the three of them are just all like lying with each other, just snoozing. Everett is by far the largest of the three. Like, as much I showed you that size comparison with Bubby on it.
Mm,
Everett's like a whole head to like he would be almost full person sized at this rate.
Duck is a scarf to him.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
So he's very much lying on the bottom, and Bubby's like sprawled out over the top of him, and then Duck's like kind of resting on the both of them. But they're all just having like a little pile where they're just having a sleep, just on some loose hay on the floor.
Hmm. Okay.
They seem
This is
very, very
good.
tired after all their playing. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, he'll let them sleep. Um, he will, however, probably at some point during some of the nights maybe go outside and just sit under the stars as well to look over those.
Yeah, and as you all get ready for the night, I'd say that like Isidore and Sable stay up for a fair while, like just talking, and it's just like discussions about what has been going on with the days, and I will say, just trying to think, Isidore will probably say, so Chaos, you went to the capital. Why go to Darnmore? I saw the reason I will add, I realized how it sounded earlier, but the reason I knew that you were researching is because I was actually in Darnmore when we received your letter.
Ah, it was just one of the few choices I had.
Mm-hmm. All right.
No possible, like, it was just one of the few I thought of. That's all. See, I don't have many libraries out where I am, so uh,
No, that's
yeah.
very fair. Is there anything about
What do you mean?
street?
The raccoons don't have libraries?
The what?
The raccoons, they don't have libraries out
The
there?
libraries are where they live. The pages aren't made yet. Mm.
Ah,
Hmm. Well,
yes, yes.
is there any information that you weren't able to find? You could ask me, and I might be able to help you. After all, I have read most of those books. And having
Mm,
been in the library, there are tens of thousands of books there. So it's up to you on whether you believe that statement or not.
how do you have so much free time with that?
It is study, careful study to know what the people who came before me did, so I don't repeat the same mistakes.
Mistakes. Yes. I
Sable's
am
like looking
fulfilled for
between the two
now.
of you, very like confused. By the way, they're like, okay, this isn't a weird vibe at all.
I am fulfilled for now. But if I have any more history lessons, I will turn to you next time.
Of course, yeah. I don't mean to make anyone uncomfortable. It is truly just, if you'd like to know, you're a friend of Sable's, so that makes you a friend of mine.
Oh,
Sable is also very giddy and gritting at this, like, tee I have two friends.
he's like
And they're
really taken
and they're
aback
putting
because
up with each other for my sake.
And then what?
And Sable's like, and they're putting up with each other for my sake. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, compromise, friendship. Oh my god,
Mm.
this is so whimsical.
I'll
How did
probably
I get
say
sand here?
on like the second or the third night, while he's staying with them, he will ask Sable if they can speak in private.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This will probably be the thing we use to wrap up the session.
Okay.
yeah,
I'm just saying your guys' interaction. We probably won't be doing anyone else's
yeah,
scenes. I just want to set that now. I know, Jack, we didn't
yeah.
talk to you at all, but we learned all your shit last session. So I hope you enjoyed being here for the live, to be the Twitch chat for this session. But
It
yes,
really was a Twitch chat for the session, damn.
but yeah, so I would say that there's in the last few days of like the break, there'd be time, um, you know, to have a chance to talk by yourselves.
Yeah, I would
Or-
say as well that Sable has been like taking you and Isidore around, but has still made time for each of you individually, especially because Isidore arrived a bit before you and even interacted with my family before me. I think that like she's like also chill enough to be like, I'm gonna go do this thing. And Sable will still make time for you, by the way. Like Sable isn't just gonna
Hmm.
like only have like, force you guys to like hang out just one on one. They are still working, so they'll probably just get you to do like Isidore might go do some things that are more suited to her skills, and you can come along with me at those times.
Mhm.
And I can show you
Mhm.
some pretty places.
You turn and find Isidore sitting on Thade's shoulders.
Oh my god.
Hey, yo.
Sable eye twitching, just like this is great. Hey, Chaos, we can go. Do you want to come meet some of the sheep, please?
Oh yes,
As you're
sure.
walking up with Chaos Sable, you can hear a, "Oh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Oh, look at this! Who's that? Who's that? Who is that? They smell like metal." Did you know I heard that there was a new person on the farm? I heard that as well. No, no, I heard it first. Yes, yes, they were a metal person. They were a metal person. Yes. Well, yes, no, of course I knew there was a metal person. And that's armor, guys. Like, they're a knight. Oh, they're a knight. Oh, they're a knight. Oh, okay. No, see, they're
I
they're
know
more
there's
like
a no.
day. They're more like daytime. Yes, yes, yes. It's bright and shiny like the sun. Ah, my eyes, the sun.
Just because
And
Chaos can't hear this as well, Sable goes, if you want to talk to them, I would actually advise not doing so. It will be very overstimulating. Hi, guys. Yes, there is a new person. And yes, it is a knight, but not the time knight. A knight is in the guy that wears a lot of armor.
see,
The
I knew
big
that.
metal.
I knew that. Yep. No, no, I knew it. Yes, no, see, yes, you're right. I did know that. No, you didn't know that. I knew it. Yes, exactly. I knew it. Ah.
Okay, well, Sable just we'll just say Sable speedruns telling you a bunch of the names as well and introducing you to
Yeah.
them, and
He makes
they are
note to remember every single one. And when they say goodbye, he's gonna say goodbye to every single one.
Excellent.
my cutie patooties. Sable is very pleased by this. You will make a great farmhand. You should have been a shepherd in another life. We should swap places in another lifetime and see how well we do.
He's just thinking back to the constant things that like he does in the forest.
I
Perhaps.
was making a joke. Don't worry. I don't think we can swap
Oh,
lives. Can we swap
right.
lives? Is that the thing
Uh,
you can do?
Mhm. So
I
you have
don't
like
know if you'd
your.
like the raccoon.
I'm too whimsical for a landlord.
He just points at you and goes, "Fag." What?
I'm- Imagine getting called gay and blind at the same time by a raccoon.
Damn.
Oh.
Jesus.
And it's like, are you homophobic? It's like, what? No, I'm just pointing it out. It's really clear. Like,
It's true, but like you didn't have to say it.
you pay extra rent.
God
It's like,
damn.
whoa, what the
Is
fuck?
this the gay charge on the rent?
Yeah, yeah. Everyone
Yeah.
pays.
Charge homosexual.
It's like a prison charge. It's like, yes, this is what you're in jail for. But yes, after you spend the day and like Isidore comes and goes, she's much better at doing stuff like there's like she's helping like the barn cats hunt rats and stuff. She's like using throwing knives and like throwing them, like pinning animal like the little rats to the floor, and then like the cats come up and like eat them and stuff like that. And doing
He's
stuff
so
like talking to
tactful. Oh my god. I never thought of
yeah.
it now. You're so wise.
But like interacts and talks with like your mother and does like a few other things on the farm. Um,
I imagine she probably writes up them some signs and stuff if they're ever selling some like vegetables or anything like that as well. I don't
yeah,
know if
Be
they're
the
the type to do that.
best. we we take both of you guys with us to like a weekend market and we sell like triple the stuff we usually do.
everyone's just there looking at chaos, like what the fuck? And
No,
Isidore's
we make
actually
it sound
interacting and
like
talking to people.
I was gonna say like one of the people that paint themselves like silver and are like a fake statue is like
Uh,
Isidore being like, I have an idea. Guys,
Yep.
I have an idea. Okay, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. You wanted to say something. I'm sorry.
yes,
It was
that's
too
what I'm
much
building
funny.
to. So, what is it that you would like to talk to them about?
I'm probably gonna once we move away from the sheep and like find our own sort of place, either in the field or like under some trees or something like that. I'm gonna sit them down and just kind of like fiddle with the grass a bit and like kind of really hesitate to ask. Like, I don't know if it's my place to ask or not before I go, do you know what we did?
At this, I think Sable was like busying themselves with wait, Bernice would be here, right, as well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I think
Bernice was
Sable was
outside the dungeon at the time, so
I think Sable was like busying themselves with like doing some of their like general duties they might do. You know, they've moved away from the like her like the flock of sheep and stuff and are like maybe just like surveying things and they just kind of like freeze with their like back turned to you and like Bernice is there as well and just like pats her head a little bit and is like I don't know what you mean.
When we went to the dungeon, do
Mm,
you know what we did?
the broad gist of it, but I don't think it's worth of note.
Who told you?
I just a little bit of context clues and a little bit of just I just had a little bit of a conversation with some of the other class members and put two and two together. I didn't try to learn much more. I didn't want to learn much more.
Why did nobody tell me?
To be fair, I didn't know at first. I thought it was just me. I only realized I wasn't the only one when, well, there's just things. I realized that you also were a part of it a bit later, but I didn't care to learn much more. I didn't want to know much more.
Have you spoken to the others since you know?
Nope. And it's like they kind of also they're like with their like staff like busying themselves with like some of the string on it and like tying things or like retying knots or things like that. Maybe things that definitely don't look like they need to be doing it, but they're doing it anyways.
Are you going to talk to them about it?
I don't know. What do you want me to say? They do look at you now and they're like, I don't. What am I gonna say? Hey, you want to talk about that time where I went and lost full control over my body and don't remember anything and tried to kill you? Do you want to talk about that? We should do that right now. Wouldn't that be fun if I reminded you of that time where I tried to hurt you? Or wouldn't it be really, really fun if you described to me in detail all of the ways that I completely lost my entire sense of self? That would be really nice, wouldn't it? I don't want to do that.
No, suppose that is not something you want to talk about. And he's just gonna go
Uh,
quiet and kind of like look off for a long time.
Sable does like go quiet for a bit and then sits down next to you. And says, "I'm sorry if I sounded rude then. And I'm sorry that I didn't tell you. I I didn't know what to say because I don't know the whole story myself and I didn't want to I'm not the right person to talk about it. And I wanted to talk to you about it, but I didn't know I don't know, it was scary. It was really
It's
scary.
scary.
I've
Mm.
never felt like that before.
I have. And he's just gonna kind
Sable
of look over to you really slowly.
Sable does look at you at this. It's like waiting to see if you'll say more.
I'm sorry you had to feel that too. It should not be something anyone has to feel.
I'm sorry you had to feel it again. I didn't I didn't know. If I knew that I would have talked to you about it. I didn't
No,
I
no, it's okay. I understand. You didn't have the full picture, so it would be a little bit difficult to bring up with me. I appreciate your uh, honesty.
Well, at
I
first I
just,
was dishonest, but I appreciate the attempt. They are trying to make a joke.
hmm, he doesn't find it funny. Uh,
Damn, tough crowd.
he does laugh a little bit at that though, just like a small like hitch of his breath. I
Sable calls over like gives a little like a little like hand message
Second.
thingy to fucking what is it called? Signal
Second.
to Bernice to come over so that they can give her a pat and maybe she might like frump down between the two of them because emotional support dog.
Mm,
Obviously.
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 Um, I don't know how to apologize to everyone. I really messed it up a lot. I don't know if you know. Well, no, you said you don't know all the details, but it did a lot of bad. A lot.
I'm sorry about that. I don't I didn't want to know what kind of bad things I did. They kind of like look at you for a second. Did I also do bad things? Really bad things?
Let's check with God. Did they?
From the from the
Did
reports that you
does Chaos remember anything bad from the report? Is basically what Sable was
Well,
asking.
he was mostly framed around chaos when I was told, but would he have read anything in mention to Sable?
yeah, like definitely it was mentioned that's like Sable was also there as part of the attack. Like that's like standard routine.
Mm.
But sorry, but it was more akin to like, oh, Sable wild shaped into a wolf and then this and then did this. It's like, oh, okay, like it was for you, it was much more focused on the and they're wrecking shop. And for Sable it was more like, oh, we managed to like thwart their attempt to turn into
Mm.
a wolf, like, and we did this and that, and we were able to maneuver our way through the situation.
It was,
Yeah. Nothing as bad as what you read about you.
yeah. Yours was much more manageable, I suppose. But perhaps that is because the person did not know your skill set in other areas. So,
To be fair, I'm not much of a threat anyway, so
you
lucky
can
for
be
everyone
scary.
else. Sable looks at
Mm.
you for a second, and they're literally like a giant sheep. They look at themselves, they look at you. I'm blind, and even I know what I see when I look in the mirror.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Hmm. Ah, what a nice moment. Not really, but like two dudes being friends, two guys being bros, two.
Yeah.
They're 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
I don't know what else to say at the second because I was trying to see what Chaos wants to go with. I'm trying to give Chaos the moment.
That's okay. You can also have the moment. This is a shared moment.
Yes, but I don't remember anything.
Hmm.
Look, I don't
Hmm.
know what else happened while we were there, but I don't think you have to worry so much. I think most people know that it wasn't we weren't in our right minds. I think but maybe we can
Stable.
help you tell people.
Stable.
Yes.
I almost killed them.
Ah,
A lot of them. I did that to Didi. I did that to Duck. I wounded so many people. What?
well,
And
you
you,
didn't do that though. You didn't like mean to do that.
but I had the ability to do it. And that ability was used against me.
Okay, but you are not that kind of person. Having a ability does not mean that you are inherently as bad as that. You choose to not use those things. You choose to be better. And I think that means that you're actually better than someone that doesn't have those capabilities, because those people don't have to think about if what they're doing is right or wrong, because they'll never have to grapple with any of that. You do, and you still choose to do something good. You would have never done any of those things. Never, because you are a good person with a good soul. Not many other people can say that about themselves, and I wouldn't say that about many people either. Most people are we're all average. Not many of us are kind.
Sable, do I
Chaos?
scare you? Do I
No.
scare you sometimes?
No.
Be
Why?
honest with me.
I'm being honest with you right now. You don't scare me. There's nothing to be scared of. You write letters to forest animals. You wear your dragon like a scarf. You are the least intimidating knight I've ever seen in my life. Take that as a
How
compliment.
many nights have you seen? Come on, be
Before
honest.
moving to the keep, not many. Since moving to the keep, a lot. I think you're doing
Mm,
fine.
right. Mm.
I'm also 52 years old. I'm not I'm not someone that's like been around for 15 years or something. I've I've been around here long enough. I've seen Lord Tannen and his people, okay? That motherfucker is scary, and I still like him, but I like you because you're not scary.
I suppose it makes it easier that you do not see.
Okay, using my blindness against me, like Sable like fake like puts their hand over their heart. Wow.
It is a little bit true. Come on.
Hey,
The sort of fear is for you. What is fear for you?
for me, I don't know that my family will not be able to take care of themselves, that I'll lose the small comforts I have, that I won't be able to live peacefully anymore because I'm a dragon rider now. Yay!
That
It's
doesn't
great.
mean you cannot live peacefully afterwards. You can be
Yeah,
both
well,
important and live to your own name.
cough cough. Above game, Sable is referencing and thinking back to their conversation with Isidore, which you do not know about, but that is
Mhm.
what Sable is thinking of right now. I look, the Empire has already been around longer than I have been, and I'm already a young Firbolg, but I'm 50, and I'm going to live a long time, unless I end up like Angus. And they do look very sad when they say this. But I'll be around for a while if that's not the case. And I will have to be a dragon rider for a long time, so long as the Empire is around. And the only thing that I've learned recently from being around the nobles is that there is not comfort in riches or power. Not at all.
But
There's
that is not
nothing.
what you seek after. You do not
No,
seek after the riches or the
no, but
power.
to be a part of their world now, and I don't see that it will stay peaceful forever.
I do not see you as one of them.
Maybe not.
And maybe it's just because I connect you more to, say, my home than anything close to the keep. But it does not seem like you, you know? You look a lot more
Soft?
pleased with yourself when you are here.
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose you are also more comfortable here than at the keep, though.
Oh, yes, very much.
Good, good. Well, that was nice and productive. Unfortunately, unlike living in the middle of the woods, farm life has a little bit more on hand. So maybe we get
Right.
back to work.
Yes. I will go fetch the rest of the pails.
Mm.
I hope that was
And
a productive conversation and didn't seem like Sable was being curt. Then at the end, Sable was more like, "Oh, this was very nice."
mm, and the day continues on as he's doing menial labor, and you feel like you've grown a little bit closer. You've already spent a lot of time together over the months, um, but it's nice to have a kindred spirit so close, you know. Um, and as the last couple days of this holiday draw to a close, um, sorry. As the last couple days of this holiday draw to a close, you, Isidore, well, Sable, Isidore, and Chaos all gather their belongings and prepare for the journey back to the keep.
Can I
And yep,
do something with the just the two of them because I want to do
yeah,
it before we return to the keep. Um, like before you guys are all leaving, we're all like packed up and ready to go. Um, Sable has you guys outside. I think their family's around, but like it's just us for a moment. And Sable's like, uh, uh, I may or may not have some gifts for people here. And actually is like pointing towards both of your dragons.
Oh, gifts?
hmm,
Yes, and like Sable has their hands like behind their back and patiently waits for both dragons to come a little
Yep,
bit closer. They look
go
very proud
on.
of themselves.
Go on. Go get your gift. Sable has probably worked very hard on it.
Everett comes up and just sits in front of you and very lightly and gently bonks you with his nose.
Sable does pull out from their left hand. They pull out their gift for Everett as he's bumping them and like drapes it over him while he's like in the middle of bumping them. And they drape over him a like big capelet that's meant to look like a royal um cape, like a royal robe,
Hmm.
like a little robe for him that's like his princely clothes. Every young prince deserves to wear his most fashionable clothes, or so I've heard. And like there's like a little ribbon at the front as well to like tie it and like gently and like with knowing that Everett is okay with it and aware what they're doing,
Hmm.
they would like gently affix it so that it
Oh,
doesn't fall off the
yeah,
sides of him.
he looks very chuffed. He enjoy. He's like doing a look at me. I am fantastic. I have a little
they
cape thing.
they did pick it out specifically like to be like the royal colors as well. But
He has
like
a big. I'll
they,
say, he has a big smile on his face. At least the closest you could get when you have giant daggers sticking out of your mouth, because he's like a big saber tooth dragon.
they do,
Um,
yeah.
So he's got like what looks like a big smile, but it looks more like he's just pulling the lips back to show his teeth. But he doesn't look aggressive at all. He seems very
Stable
happy.
Stable does like turn to Isidore as well, like while petting Everett, like while fixing this up and tidying it. It's also meant to be comfy enough to use as a blankie. Cause I know you won't be this size forever and be able to wear it.
Hmm.
But it's definitely big enough to use as a basically a doona, actually.
Thank you, Sable. I appreciate that. It's not often you get sentimental gifts in my station. So thank you. I appreciate that you made this.
You're welcome. I thought this was royal enough for you to still. Was like very, very, very pleased with himself. Very happy that it worked out. So they're also like kind of doing the same thing that they do whenever they're like, I have a friend, like
So they're crashing out.
just a little bit, but they're like they do look like they're starting to handle it more, but Sable is still like biggest like grin and like cheeks blushing, like tea.
Yeah, I have
Yay.
a friend.
They're like, thank you, I'm glad. And for the Miss Duck, I'm assuming she's probably like feeling impatient and like, damn bitch, where's my gift? And they pull out from behind their other arm. They pull out um a sweater, like a stretchy sweater, like the ones that ferrets have
Oh my
for her
god.
body, but it does have areas for like her wings.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
just it's just stretchy enough. And like they open it a little bit and let her like inspect it before like going to put it on her head. It's very cute though. It gets
What
very
color is it?
cold. Because she's like very brown tones and stuff. They are sticking to warmer colors, so it's kind of very rusty, kind of like your
Very good.
just
I like
especially
that.
because mentioned. I think that it's like a rust, like orangey, like wood and stuff. Sable's
Mm,
like that vibe for it.
I like it.
But
That's all.
it's meant very stretchy so that it will hopefully stretch around you for a while. And
Oh,
I can hopefully make the holes on the wings a bit bigger in the future as well. I hope that it's all good. I hope it's not this one is maybe a bit more difficult. I had to put a lot of holes in it.
what do you say, Duck?
Like just like a like an appropriate like positive sound.
I think she likes it. Thank you so much.
Oh,
This is
you're
very beautiful.
welcome. And Sable gives her like a little like chin scratch and like a little like if she lets them like wants to give them like her little like kiss on her forehead. She's a pretty princess.
That she is. And very spoiled now because of you.
A very spoiled pretty princess. No offense to all princesses and like directed at Isidore.
Yeah, I get it. It's funny.
Teehee.
Well, thank you for having us at your farm. It was
Thank
very
you for
enjoyable.
visiting.
Yes,
This was very
it was very informative.
I'm glad. They
Informative?
like do a little like they kind of like uh moving like side to side like the like little like hands behind back like side to side like teehee.
As he's like preparing to leave, Isidore's gonna say, "Chaos, did you realize that Sable's family has many children, many people to continue their bloodline on, but they don't do marriages of opportunity. What's with that? Why not expand your influence out to a greater area? Like, if you got the surrounding lands, you could conserve them for wildlife reserve." It's just like talking about stuff that they learned about, like the fact that Sable's like, "Oh yeah, my parents fuck like rabbits. That's why I have so many siblings."
Oh god.
Not the fact that they needed them for political power. And Isabel's like,
I just have
how
a lot of
fucking
siblings
strange.
who just like that.
And Isidore was like, that's so weird. And it's like, no, I think you're the weird one. And they're like,
That is
no,
not very strange.
it
When
isn't
two
strange.
people love each other, they have kids. I don't know what to tell you. Not everyone not everyone is a noble like that,
But
In
bro.
I think
that's what
you
like
are the
your miss
outlier.
that's what mistresses and stuff are for, isn't it? You know,
No,
No?
you wed one and bed the other. Like I
That's
swear,
your
no.
plan? Is that
uh,
everyone else in the noble family's plan? Like, I think they're saying this as like they're all like walking around. Like, this is like a conversation you have with your friends. Like,
yeah,
when you're like, nobody else is listening.
yeah. And they're
It's
like,
just us.
look, and they're like, well, look, it was just I don't know. It's just, that's how I was raised. But like the mindset you get into, I suppose.
The one you love is supposed to be prioritized by everything in your soul. It is not something an arrangement can decide for you,
Whoa,
especially when
whoa!
you are not part of the arrangement.
I never said love. Okay, I didn't say that. Like I said, you wed one, you bed the other. You have the person you
Mm,
love, and then the person that you're married to.
no, you you should just have the one that you love. You
What the
should
two that
marry the one you
I'm
love.
not I'm not hating on the multiple ones. I'm just saying the mistress thing. I didn't know you like that.
Oh,
Dick
well,
still giggling.
they're like, I haven't taken uh, any side bitches. You could say,
Not
no,
yet.
but oh my
Do you
god.
have normal ones?
Oh my god! Oh, this isn't a conversation. Like, and they're like burying their face in face in their hands. Like, oh god.
The
Uh,
illusion of the like allure and like illusion that like, oh my god, this is a royal. It's lost now. It's lost. It's like, no, I can
yeah.
take the Mickey out of you now.
Ah, shit. No, but yeah, very
No
much.
element of surprise.
And like, she looks up at the sky and goes, "Ah, how are they ever going to react when they find out what a harem is?" And just
What
like
is
continues
that?
walking. And it's like, yep, no, yep.
That
No,
sounds
it's
like a type
nothing.
of a shoe. What is that?
You should ask someone to give you one. I'm sure you'd get one with pretty good ease.
Me?
Anyway, what?
Oh, Sable, you hear this one? I think I can get a harem. I
Oh,
don't know what it is.
Oh my god.
It sounds
really
important though.
actually. Oh no, like Sable is like talking about this and then like realizes they're like, I think I've heard that word before though. Oh
Is it all just looking
no.
into the sky like
Thade
Pay
told them
Isabel? Is it all looking in the sky going, "Gods, please kill me now"?
this
Sable looks
was your
at Thor
fault.
for a moment with like a slightly disappointed look and is like, really? Really?
I was speaking in look. I said it the other day. Like, I think you guys are the weirdos, at least amongst the noble houses, because Dee has a fiance. Dumas' father's been trying to set him up with a husband. Yarrick got married to a commoner woman, but he's also from a much lesser noble house. My father's been trying to arrange marriages for me for the past 20 years.
Does that not worry you?
Not particularly. I understand my role in as everything goes. I'm not.
Do you
I
not
can't.
want to
I
pick
can't.
your own?
Well, I don't. I guess I know that I understand that I'm somewhat of an outlier because I don't get any choice. I just have to choose the best option, even if it's not what necessarily I would want personally.
That's sad. I'm sorry.
It is my role. Look, there are so many
And
benefits to being heir apparent. You know, that this feels like a pretty minor thing to get upset about.
is it minor? I thought love was what a lot of people made their lives about. Is it not?
Yeah, Might be different for rulers, I can't really say. I'm pretty certain that my father loved my mother, but I'm not sure which came first, their marriage or their love.
Hmm. I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's comforting, I guess.
Hmm. And look, I'm literally going to be the most powerful person on this continent, so
But not to brag or anything, right?
or what? What? Oh, you're saying that I was bragging.
Yes.
No, I was stating facts.
Right. My mistake.
Yeah.
Sable does giggle at this, but then this is why. Then this is when like Sable like leans over to Chaos and is like, "See what I mean? Nobles, just lots of power, but not a lot of comfort."
Yeah. Look, it is what it is. And if unless there's anything specifically you'd like to talk about, we might call that the end of the session.
I'm okay with
No,
that.
I'm also okay with that. I did also want to say that
Cool.
I forgot to mention, and I did send this to Nick as well. Because of last session, Sable trying to show the sheep and stuff how to do the curtsies and stuff. Sable has a
Yes.
taught them how to all do curtsies. So like one final bow from all the animals as we all leave. They all do a little curtsy and a bow that Sable taught
Chaos
them how
just
to
goes past every
Yeah,
single
they
one
go
and says, bye, Jared, bye, Sophie, bye. You know, like to every single one. As
This is
he's
gonna
passing
take a
by.
really long time. There's too
Yeah.
many.
No, he remembered them all, trust.
He's used to remembering all the names. At least these ones apparently can really talk.
Yeah.
Wasn't that nice?
But yes, what did you think of the session? Val, I know you did a lot of talking in the session. You haven't been able to make it
It's
to the
catch
last
up.
like 2 or
Mm.
3. So, giving you a
Catch
bit
up.
more of a moment to
Shine.
take some of the spotlight for the episode, I
Thank
think
you.
was good.
Thank you.
Helps even it out a little bit.
Our star for the session.
Good.
Expanding on Aoife's stuff. So Aoife's gonna come back and guys, they're engaged.
Good luck. Good luck.
So
Yeah.
fun.
I don't like you for doing that.
Yeah. And look, the thing is, I was setting that up last episode when Isidore was talking to Sable about arranged marriages and nobles marrying for convenience and opportunity rather than love. So it's like, I'm like, oh, yes. Yes, I'm
no.
setting it up, and Jazz doesn't even realize.
No,
GG.
Jazz did not realize, and Jazz is
GG.
very unsure of what to think about this. Bold of you to assume
Yeah.
that Aoife is going to do this.
Let's be real. I
I'm-
don't think Nick
I was
wants you
not.
to.
I don't think anyone was bold to accept the whole marriage thing. No
I
idea.
think Nick just add a little bit of spice. Let's
Little bit of
see what
spice,
you
little
do.
bit of
Yeah.
I wonder
Yeah.
what they do with this one.
How is Aoife going to deal with the fact that apparently they've been betrothed to someone they've never even met? And their
That
family
apparently
just
has
decided.
children. Old enough to have children.
I hope we
Oh,
get like
yeah,
a group crashing
A
the wedding.
fucking 15-year-old Nick. My God.
Well, hear me out. They're like, oh, we'll get you married together in 10 years, but this way no one's trying to. We've arranged a marriage for 10 years
Yeah.
from now. That's like kind of the vibes. It wasn't that they wanted you to marry a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, still.
It's like when he's
But he
25,
was. Yeah.
which is still bad. But they're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
we're not marrying a 15-year-old now. We're just making
Yeah.
sure they have no choice for
We're
when they are
securing a
25 years
future
old.
investment, is how they would look at it.
I don't like.
It's like buying stocks.
Yeah, and think about Angus is gone, so they're like, let's go find someone else so we can arrange this with. Oh, cool. A man in his 50s, who's the head of the Royal Navy. Cool. Cool.
We can ramp
rich.
this up.
We'll kill him, don't worry.
He's rich and he's got connections, so
We can all
Aoife,
kill
you're
him.
marrying him. What? But I'm
We'll kill him,
gay.
don't worry. We'll kill him, don't
What are
worry.
your options? Either you get
Yeah,
betrothed to a
okay.
15-year-old that you get married to in 10 years' time. You get betrothed to a man in his 50s. There is no
And
winning.
it's right now.
Yeah. as much as like there are like noble NPCs, I do think I can explore more of like the downsides of being a noble with Aoife, especially because they're tragically sad.
Yeah.
Like
Constantly.
yeah,
Like,
well, just your whole everything, like the family that.
Because some other nobles seem like they might have nicer parents than you do. Sorry.
Yeah, Yarek's just going to adopt you, and you can be part of his family.
Eric's like, I would never make any of my daughters marry anyone that they didn't want to. What the fuck is your parents on?
Yeah, like I said, Yarek literally married a commoner
Right.
woman just because he was in love with her.
Mm.
That's like a bit. Yeah.
Yarrick appreciation, guys. We need to get back on the Yarrick grind.
Yarrick.
Let's support my guy.
You gotta
Well,
convince
I need to
her.
draw some art of him. The vibes I have in my head are. It is very Vandercore for Yarrick, by the way, with like the facial hair and the slightly longer hair. Probably not quite as
Nice.
built, but a little bit
Gotcha,
more
Bill.
dad. Well, no, Vander was like strong dad, but he was like a dad bod. Now that I think about
Yeah,
it, he had the big
he was
shoulders and
a
arms,
scream
but
bad bod.
yeah.
He was looking a bit unfit.
So yeah,
That was
Yarrick
a
is
man. I would trust him more than a guy with abs.
Oh yeah.
Just saying.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I would be like, he knows what he's doing.
Mm.
I don't
The
trust a man.
muscles weren't just for show.
Oh, I officially watched season 2 of Arcane yesterday.
oh my
Uh,
god, it took
Finally!
you that long.
Nice.
Well, I
Finally.
was waiting to watch it with Maddie, and we just never got time to it. So I went, I'll just have it in the background while I work.
Thought
And it's great. I knew everything that was going to happen. It's little moments like watching fucking Victor erase Vander's memories from him and like puppet him or something. I'm like, no, you bastard! You fuck! I will kill you! No!
You fucking killed him.
We're gonna have to put a warning in unless we cut Craig earlier. We're gonna have to put a warning in Craig, like arcane spoilers.
I
Oh yeah,
mean,
for
it's
like
been
what, a
out for
year
ages.
after it
It's
fucking.
it's
Yeah.
It's
fine.
been out for a while
You don't
now.
get it. We're not gonna put it in, and then one of our friends is gonna listen to it, and they haven't finished it, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, you guys just."
That's their fault for listening to a
Yeah,
bunch of
GG,
nerds.
GG.
6
Yeah,
hours into a
so
recording.
late.
Yeah, they should just leave at this point. Go
Wait,
away.
I'm-
If you're
I mean,
still
we're at
here,
the post yet.
go away.
Welcome to
The,
post yet.
the session's over.
Yeah, if you're still here, you're a loser. Oh fuck, we're all still here.
Yeah, we're
I,
having the debrief.
Me, who's just sat here for 6 hours, like, yeah.
I sat in the
Me and Jack are even more losers because we're here even after everyone stopped talking. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
Wait,
No,
I mean, I barely did anything. I was just here. I was barely I was
Yeah.
a Twitch viewer at this point. Fucking no, I was whatever.
I sent in the Yelena from Thunderbolt, so she's like, "I'm so alone." And I'm like, "That's like Shiro and Chaos." Like Chaos is like this. I've done so many bad things, and all I do is sit around, do more bad things, come home, be alone, do more bad things. I'm like, "Yep, yep." And Shiro crying, and I'm like, "Yep, yep, yes, that's right."
Funny
Cry.
thing is, I trying to
Amber.
roleplay when you said that, but I have that saved because I saved it for Glare, so it gave me like psychic damage when I opened that in the meeting chat. And I was
GG,
like,
you played yourself.
Cade keeps sending me the song Soldier Boy, like the clip from where is it? What is the
Soldier Boy.
yeah there it is. Here's one. It's got Jason Todd in it, so it's gonna be sad as fuck.
Oh god.
And I'll send it in memes and silly. So this audio, but for like it's little Angus. Oh wow.
no.
Yeah, I saved one specifically that like had
Oh
the
wait,
exact
what?
same similar template idea that I had for like one for Angus. So
Oh, it said
yeah,
does it say it's blocked for anyone else, by the way?
oh,
what?
I haven't tried to open it. Hold on, the meme silly.
Yeah, you have to actually click on it. It ends up opening up, but not in Discord.
Oh. There you
Yeah,
go.
I can't wait to see
It's not
even
That one,
more
that one
of
doesn't
this
work either.
Angus stuff if we ever find his body or find him,
Oh
and be able
no.
to develop more on this Soldier Boy song. So every time I hear it, I do think of I think of Soldier Boy the song
Soldier Boy.
first.
Oh, Superman.
And
Oh
then
my
the
god.
next thing I think of is Soldier Boy from The Boys, and then my brain
Yeah.
goes, "Oh no, the sad song that makes me upset every time it's on my For You page."
Yeah, and they keep going like, "Oh my god, Angus! Oh my god, Angus!" And I'm like,
I'm
"Yes,
putting myself
he's
through that
gone
pain.
now."
They're
I'm the
burning
one
it
that's
to me.
doing that to myself and to Nick. I'm the one sending it to him. I don't need to be doing all that. I don't need to be getting sad over Angus with that song because I'm the only one doing
Yeah.
that. And I'm
Yep.
I
I,
can't stop myself.
I'm sitting here laughing,
Oh,
and
you poor soul.
yeah.
Damn, outplayed.
I have
Oh,
to wait
it's gonna
another
be so
fortnight to
fucked up.
play D&D.
Oh, it's
Yep.
gonna be so fucked up when you guys come against like Angus's puppeteered like corpse or some shit as like a
Mm.
boss.
Holy
Why
shit.
did
Um,
you
Or
leak
like he
that
What?
already?
And
What?
Come
I don't
on,
know if
or
that
like he
means
flips sides or
gonna happen
something.
or if
We
he's
can't
What?
leak
really
already.
not. And he just wants to mess with us.
Mm.
Yeah. It's gonna be like he's literally
Hey.
strung up like a puppet, like
Angus
Pinocchio.
is
Can you not leak
Strings.
it? Come on,
What?
man.
No,
Angus
no,
is actually the BBEG.
sorry. Can
Yeah,
I
right.
just say that happened in a kids show I was watching. I'm not
Oh,
even kidding. They killed off one
What?
of the main characters and they strung up his dead body, and the villain
No.
literally puppeteered his body with strings, and he's like a
oh,
zombie. Like he wasn't just a dead corpse; he was a zombie.
What?
That was
What
dead
the
set on
hell?
killing people, and he was trying to murder the main character, who was chained to the floor. And this is a kids show, and
How is this
if Millie,
what?
if
that is not a
Millie
kid
is
show.
watching this, if future Millie is watching this Craig thing, and this Craig thing is still going, she knows exactly what show I'm talking about. And I was watching it, and I actually stopped what I was doing, put my head in my hands, and I was like, "Why is this marketed for children? Why?" Because I'm scared. It made me uncomfortable, deeply uncomfortable.
Why would
Yeah.
that be marketed?
Why?
Terrible.
It was scary. Like it was delightfully scary because I was like, "This is the
Okay.
kind of thing I want to see bad guys doing," because that was
Kid,
scary. It
kids
was
Fair.
cartoons traumatizing and desensitizing children
Here we
from a
go
young
again.
age.
Here we go again. Crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to head off because I am sleepy. I hope to see you all tomorrow. If you're staying the night,
Yeah.
please bring a
Bye.
pillow because I don't.
Right.
I have some, but if it's
Yeah, I
convenient for
wish.
you to do so, please bring a pillow.
I
Mm.
Um,
I
would.
might be
Mm.
bringing a pillow just in case.
I will not.
Yeah.
I will be driving
Because I'm not
home
too
because
sure
I
yet.
have work the next day. I hate it.
It's very pretty, Cade. I like how it's looking so far.
Good.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Okay,
Um,
I'll kick
but
out
yes.
Craig and
Get out of here, Craig.
Bye, Craig.
Later.
Later, Lisa.
I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Craig's Chronicles. We play for fun and record for fun, so we hope you had fun too. Please do not expect a regular upload schedule. If you are one of our employers who somehow found this, please remember that how we play a fantasy role-playing game with friends is not reflective of our professional conduct.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Night.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.